Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. What a great day today. So, first and foremost, hello to everyone, our existing, our new, and hopefully also our future ecosystem members. I'd say that today is a great day to shimmer together, right? We've seen Discord, Twitter, many channels where people are really excited for everything that will come through Shimmer. The minute is live. It happened around 2 hours ago. So it's time to claim your airdrops. So everyone that participated in the first airdrop that started last year, I think in November, with Firefly, you can now download the Firefly Shimmer version and start claiming your tokens there. There's no hurry, so don't rush. Take your time. You can do it when you're back at home, when you're not at work, when you have some time to do that. In the meantime, I would like to clap my hands. I'm not going to do it to avoid being too loud for the whole team, for the whole IOTA Foundation team that worked so hard to achieve this feat. I mean, new features, new opportunities, new possibilities, a new Firefly version dedicated to this network. I mean, we can't be loud here, but let's clap our hands and press P in the chat for this celebration. Does everybody know what Shimmer is? Yeah, do we? Let's go a little deep into Shimmer and try to summarize a little bit what is happening right now so that people might have a little more information and be prepared. So right now, Shimmer is a copy of the Tangle with extensions. So there are features that have been added to the actual Tangle, like tokenization framework, where people can create tokens for gift cards, for community tokens, for whatever they want. NFTs, they can represent real world assets, stable coins, fan tokens, whatever they prefer on layer one, and as we are used to, without any fees. Besides that, we have also the possibility to store NFTs on layer one, so on the main network, on the main DLT, by having what we call the deposit fee. What does it mean? It means that you occupy some space with information of the NFT. You also use some of your Glow or your Shimmer tokens to make sure that that information stays on the ledger. And when you're tired and you want to remove that information, for example, you can tell the ledger to remove the information, and this deposit is then sent back to you. And this is a real difference from paying a fee. This is why we call it also a deposit. What happens also with Shimmer? Well, the framework that has been built, the technology that is available, is also the foundational basis for the Shimmer EVM, which is different from Shimmer. I'm trying to emphasize this really importantly, because there will be two different things here. So we have the Shimmer network, the Tangle. Let's put it here where you can see I'm Italian, I talk with hands. So if you cannot see the video, let's put it on the bottom. And on top of that, there will be a blockchain called the Shimmer EVM, which will be EVM, so Ethereum Virtual Machine. It will be compatible with smart contracts, with dApps written for Ethereum and their virtual machine. So Web3 developers, dApps can and hopefully will also port their applications to the Shimmer EVM. I'm not going too deep now into the technicalities, so make sure to read the blog posts that were published today. I already see that we are around 700 viewers. Wow, great. Hey, community and ecosystem, great to have you with us. What else? I mean, we have now some time to spend together. So what is the idea of the Shimmer network? Well, we call it a staging network. We call it a network. Sometimes we call it lovingly, but we call it the crazy cousin of IOTA. So it will be a network where you will have new features, where they will be tested, battle tested, where dApps developers will have new functionalities beforehand. And after a certain period of time where these new functionalities have been tested and they work as expected, these functionalities will be ported back to the IOTA mainnet, where, let's say, dApps developers and Web3 developers will have a more stabile, a network that changes and does not change as fast as the Shimmer network. So I think this is something new for our ecosystem. We had developer networks, we had DevNets where you could do that, but one of the properties of Shimmer is that it is an actual mainnet with actual decentralized nodes, with the same issues that you might have on a real live network, which is not the same as a network set up on in a laboratory or on your own infrastructure. So you can really test out how the applications and how things work on a close to real mainnet. And I think this is important for our Web3 developers out there that are curious and cannot wait to build on Shimmer. Another interesting thing is that the Shimmer EVM is the first blockchain, and that with the ISC, what we call ISC, IOTA Smart Contracts, that developers, infrastructure maintainers can set up different blockchains at the same time and use those as layer in the middle, where they can deploy their dApps and use the Shimmer DLT on the bottom layer to anchor information. And this helps, of course, the parallelization and the horizontal scalability. Oh my God, so much jargon, right, people? That's almost too much. I'm joking. In the meantime, I'm looking also into the chat. I'm really live here, okay? I have no team somewhere in the studio helping me out. So I'm getting information straight from Phylo in Singapore, because some of you might know there is a in real life event in Singapore, which started more or less 1 hour ago. And there are people meeting. I'm getting some pictures. I hope to get some videos too. Since we wanted to make sure that both events could run smoothly, there will not be a live reporting from there, in the sense of that there might not be someone jumping in from Singapore, or maybe yes, let's see how it goes. But we will have some pictures, some videos, and some information from over there on the other side. Because why am I saying from the other side? Well, I'm in Europe. It's 2 p.m. here. In Italy, the weather is not that beautiful, but it's a beautiful day because we have Shimmer now. And there is and that is really, really exciting. So as I said, I'm looking at the chat here. I'm looking at some signals on Twitter. So if any of your projects would like to signal something, make sure to use the Shimmer hashtag so that I can see your tweets. Giro, thank you very much. I'm sorry for the asymmetry. You know, it's a natural beard, but my beard is waiting for what will come to Shimmer, which is Core Decides, which is the day where also, and on Shimmer first, the coordinator will be removed. And then once that path to the removal of the coordinator has been battle tested on Shimmer, it will also come to IOTA. And I think this is really, really exciting. And I have a bet here. Actually, I gave my word that my beard will more or less stay until Core Decide is done. Phantom, hello here. yeah, I'm trying to be an influencer and a YouTuber. Don't take it too seriously. I'm not. I'm trying my best here to do it. So, Michael, uh, when we talk about decentralization, we say that IOTA is also decentralized because every node verifies every transactions, and they need the coordinator for the milestones. And of course, it's a single point of failure. We are well aware of that, even though it's almost 1 year that we had no issues. So we can say that the network is pretty much working as expected since the change to Chrysalis, and of course our super DevOps team, which is working, let me say, day and night to make sure that everything works as expected. So the ShimmerNet in itself is decentralized because every node verifies the ledger. There is no single node that decides how the ledger looks like. And as I mentioned some seconds ago, the core decide will be tested on Shimmer first. So if you're following Shimmer closely, you will be the first to know it actually. I see also, okay, how long will the stream be? I'm expecting more or less 4 hours of content. So stay with us, go away, look at it. I mean, it's going to be recorded, so you can also take some parts out of it later. So I'm sorry, no airdrops for Shimmer, for viewers, no Shimmer airdrops, but really good question. We have a series of NFT giveaways on the Discord. What does it mean? It means that you should go to the Shimmer Discord. I'm typing the link now. Give me some seconds. You're invited to our Discord. There might be a really unfriendly verification system because we really want to be sure that we avoid having bots and other malicious people in our network. We're doing our best. It's never perfect, but we're doing really our best. So join the Discord and search for and I'm showing it here right now, Shimmer Launch Party channel. So what happens here? Here you will see around 100 of these giveaways. So this one started yesterday, and how does it work? Well, you will see a message like this. You press here the enter button, and then you wait until the giveaway is finished. There will be 5 winners for every giveaway. Every winner will receive 1 OG NFT each. There is a teaser of the NFT here. Click it if you want to see the teaser. And the full reveal is expected. I suppose it will be in 2 weeks, even though I'm sure that someone from the ecosystem will drop it on social media before, but the official one will be on the 12th of October. What happens if you win? For example, here you will get a ping, and you will see, hey, you won the NFT giveaway. You will also receive a direct message, and you will also receive a so-called Discord role OG NFT winner, which means that you will get access to the OG NFT drop channel. As you can see, the winners of the first one are already here. And I will get in touch with all of you starting with the 3rd of October. Don't ask me what day that is. I didn't even know that today is Wednesday. Okay, starting Monday next week, I will write here for the winners in the OG NFT drop winners channel how to proceed to receive your NFTs. So what happens now? Well, the next giveaway just dropped. I'm not going to say that I timed it, but I almost timed it. I'm trying my best here. So make sure to enter the giveaway. Every giveaway has a duration of more or less 25 minutes. So all you do is press enter here. If you're on mobile, you might not see this message. I've heard that before. if you're on desktop, you will see here the confirmation that you entered the giveaway, and now you just have to wait. What happens now? There are 100 of them. There are 500 OG NFTs that we will give away during the next 3 days, more or less 48 hours to tell the truth. So we started now, and it will go on for different time zones because we wanted to include as many Shimmer ecosystem members as possible. So more or less every half an hour, check in and enter the next giveaway. The winners will not be eligible for other ones. So here, be careful. Every winner will be excluded from subsequent giveaways. So for example, the 5 winners here will not be able to participate in any of the other giveaways. This to make it as fair as possible. And a short warning here, try to avoid registering alternative accounts, we call them alt accounts, on Discord to get more chances, because we have a bot that if it catches you, both the alt account and the main account will be banned. And we do this to, again, keep the community as organic as possible, and to keep out bots and possible scammers. Again, it's not 100% secure, but we try our best here. So make sure to jump in the Discord, go through the human verification system. It's a little complicated, but then you're sure that you're part of the ecosystem, and then go straight to the Shimmer Launch Party channel, enter the active giveaway. As you might see, also moderators and IOTA Foundation members will participate in the giveaway because it's an airdrop which is open to really everyone. If you want to know if everything works well and how many participants are there, always here in the channel, you can click on the View Giveaway button here. It will ask you to open a page. It will send you to a page from the service provider, which will require you to log in with your Discord account, which of course I did already. It will show you how many entries there are, how much time is left, and if you entered the giveaway. So if you're not sure, because on mobile the notification is not shown, you can go here and log in with Discord. This small number I was asked before what it means. This means that this is actually giveaway number 1 out of 100, and so the attentive members might have noticed that number 28 escaped yesterday, and so it was posted yesterday already. I made sure to let it there because I saw that there were also a lot of questions how the giveaway works, and so it helped me to prepare for eventual questions and needs. So I was informed that the login or the invites do not always work. So I will also share with you the alternative link, which is this one. Thank you, Took. So if discord.shimmer.network does not work, you can use dino.gg/iota. There are just some things that, if there are many people trying to join, do not work. So let's have different ways of doing this. All right. All right. So what is happening right now? So the new link has been shared. All right. So you can use dino.gg/iota. If there are any kind of issues, please let me know, as always. All right. Perfect. Good. So what's next? Well, let's see what we have on our agenda for today. What we have here. So who will join? Dino is just being overwhelmed Too much love, too much love, too much Shimmer love this time. So I will be joined by Luca for an engineering AMA. He will share some insiders about Shimmer probably and the engineering team and how this challenge was conquered. Then we will have a special guest for half an hour more or less, followed by a Claim Your Shimmer session where our so-called Wallet Jesus, Charlie, will join us and walk us through a claim of the airdrop Shimmer tokens with the Firefly, followed by a Q&A session. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sorry. It's not Dino.gg. It's Discord.gg. I'm sorry. I'm sharing the new link here. Sorry. I'm sorry. This is the one you were looking for. Perfect. Thanks for the heads up, by the way. As I said, I'm live and things like this just happen. So after the airdrop claim with Firefly Shimmer, we will have Lucas Tortora and Kumar Anirudha that will respectively present the new wiki and the Shimmer education plan. In the meantime, during our stream, we will have Holger, also known as Phylo, reporting from Singapore. And there are other IOTA Foundation members there, and we will get some juicy information. While we wait, I'm having here something that I can share. So this is Yo Bar. What is happening right now? So there are more or less 50 people there. We have people from Bitfinex, from TanglePay, B Labs, and Dom started with with the speech, I suppose. There are some pictures. I'm just giving you a feeling of, oh, this is a nice place. The launch party. All right. Screw it. Let's view it. I love it. So this is the VIP room. Some shirts and stuff that is being distributed to the members there, to the people joining this event, this private event. Sorry, I'm looking at different places because, of course, I have to monitor different stuff at the same time. Ah, perfect. Here's some activity. As you see, the place is packed and people are definitely curious. Oh, Shimmer and IOTA and the A-Notebook. I love my geeks. Already showing stuff, already talking about what's happening. And here, again, the place, which is packed, but you might say, hey, Tony, I can't see stuff. Of course. Because here it is. In the meantime, I'm getting some videos and I will share them later on, since in 5 minutes we will be joined by Luca Moser for the engineering AMA. As I said, we are ready to party together. Great. It is. I'm seeing some questions here. Kikaro, you please make sure to read the documentation and blog post. For example, to create your own tokens, you require to open a developer profile and not just any other profile. Clotas or Coyotas, if you get that error, the giveaway does not allow daily entries. It means that you tried twice. So we are getting ready here. I'm seeing in the studio that I have already been joined by Luca, that is getting ready to join me here on stage relatively soon. So for the AMA, make sure to post your questions either on the YouTube, if you have questions around Shimmer and, of course, engineering questions, or in Discord in the general channel, make sure to ping me, so at Antonio Nardella or at Antonio, so that I can see that you have a question for me there. There is already a lot going on, so we'll be now really busy on Discord. Make sure to ping me so that I can see your question. All right, Luca, I can see you in the camera. Can you give me a thumbs up if you're ready? Thumbs up. All right. Here we are. Hey, Luca.
Cool. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and well.
Wonderful. Cool. So, can you tell me how much time we need to kill about? Maybe 30 minutes or so?
I planned around 30 minutes, but you have the
All right.
stage for also an hour if you want to. So
No, no.
we have
Yeah, no,
40 minutes.
maybe before we start the AMA, let me just give some information about the procedure. At the IF, we did for Stardust, some insights, as you said before. Yeah, so I'm
Luca,
the director of
let
engineering.
me stop you
Yeah.
there.
Sorry, yeah. Can
I
you hear
know
me?
you, but not everyone knows you. So if you can just
Okay, yeah,
introduce
sure.
yourself a little bit before. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was about to introduce myself, don't worry. Yeah,
All
so
right.
yeah, I'm Luca. I've been working at the IF for over 4 years now. First started as a developer, was developing on Irie, the Go client implementation, and then I joined Max and Alexander, which I think a lot of people know, to write together with them the Hornet node. And since around January, I've been now, the director of engineering. So I'm managing the teams, writing the node software, the client libraries, the tooling. But at the same time, I'm still also programming and actively contributing to the code base. So if something doesn't work today, it's also completely my fault in some way. Yeah, I hope that was a good introduction. And again, I want to get into a little bit into the Stardust protocol upgrade and also the Shimmer release and what that entails. So around last year in September, we already had an IC team developing smart contracts for IOTA, and they were more or less, compatible with the IOTA 2.0 or with Go Shimmer. So it was only working on that platform. But given that core side is a never-ending story and it just takes a lot of time, we figured out, hey, actually, we should be porting smart contract capabilities on the current IOTA mainnet as soon as possible. And so then back in September last year, people from that team, from the research team, from engineering came together in Berlin, and for a couple of days they spec together how we should adjust the Chrysalis protocol so to facilitate the IC chain, so to be able to have smart contracts on IOTA. And then around end of October, when we already had written some of the tips, or better said, like of the documentation on how stuff works or should be working on a protocol level, we started implementation. And around November or so, we came to the conclusion, hey, it actually might make sense if instead of just porting Stardust, so this protocol upgrade, directly onto the mainnet, we would first have it deployed on a staging network so that we can already test it also under a scenario or environment with real world value. So that adversarial persons would have more of an incentive to test, to check it out, to maybe hack it or whatever, but also for developers to already deploy smart contracts on a platform which has value. And so that's where Shimmer comes from. So from an engineering perspective, for everybody in my department, Shimmer is a staging network, meaning it is like the precursor or the testing environment before we put anything on top of the IOTA mainnet. And so usually how this works, at least how we define it internally, is that we launch stuff on Shimmer, and then after a period of time, or after it has stand the test of time, we deploy it on IOTA. And that's exactly what Shimmer is supposed to be for us. But of course, Shimmer, given it has its own token, and kind of also its own ecosystem, and we're pushing that a lot. It's also kind of its own project in a sense. So it lives on its own. But yeah, it's ultimately, from an engineering perspective, it's a staging network for us. Now, of course, a lot more time has passed, right? Because it has been 1 year. And what I want to do is also give a shout out to all the engineers at the IOTA Foundation who have been working, relentlessly on this entire protocol upgrade and on making sure that Shimmer actually works. And maybe as an insight within the foundation, we always had this thing, right, where we were developing two node softwares at the same time, right? So we had Hornet, we had B, and I want to thank the people who worked on the B node, who split off into other teams to work on the things, on the tooling, on the libraries, which we needed for Stardust and for Shimmer. So we discontinued the B node and we're just focusing on the Hornet node, and the people who worked on the prior node, they are actively working or have been working on the libraries and on the tooling. And I just want to thank them for doing that. And yeah. So, and furthermore, I guess what's also important to say is that, at IOTA in the past, we always had these protocol upgrades, right? So the first version of IOTA used ternary and used Winternit's one-time signatures. And then we switched to Chrysalis, and usually the way this worked in the past is that we stopped the network, grabbed the ledger state at that point in time, and then we had like off-chain validation happening, right? So people would post something on GitHub to say, okay, the snapshot is valid. At that moment, the chain was halted, and then we would restart the chain a day or a couple of days later with a new node software. Now, going forward, we don't want to do this anymore, and a big portion of time we've used in this year was actually dedicated to make sure that we, facilitate and do all the changes necessary to the software, to the node implementation, to make this possible. So in the future, what will happen is, instead of IOTA or Shimmer or whatever, the network halting to upgrade the protocol, we will simply releasing new node clients, and after a given milestone or after a given mana threshold or whatever other signaling mechanism is used, the nodes will switch protocol automatically, and so you don't have any interruption in operation. And yeah, the end is near of my list. Yeah, so that's all of what I want to say from my side. I don't know. Do you have any questions for me?
Of course I do.
Okay.
So,
cool.
First thing, which is, I think you already said it, but I think it's, I love to work with people. And I had many community members asking me, hey, Tony, I'm writing a blog post, I'm writing a Twitter thread. And who are the people that I should thank or that I should mention for the Shimmer launch? So my idea is, of course, that it's never enough, or it's not a group of people, it's actually all the foundation. Is there...
Absolutely.
Right. So I'd say...
I mean, there's not like a dedicated group of people who were doing Shimmer, right? I mean, everybody within the foundation had something to do with it. It wasn't just like developers or just, comms people. Everybody was involved in some sense.
Exactly. So I have some questions here. Let's see if we can answer all of them or some of them. So one is B going to receive full Shimmer functionalities eventually? So I remember that, and as you said also correctly, some of the team members were, let's say, some of the team members moved to other parts of Shimmer so that they could focus on getting Shimmer out as quickly as possible. I remember that we had the discussion that we had 2 node implementations. Do you think we will do that for Shimmer or maybe for IOTA in the long term? What is your idea in this direction?
Okay, so this is about node client diversity, and the thing is, if you want to roll multiple node implementations, my personal opinion is that it's not the foundation, the IOTA Foundation's job to produce multiple node implementations. We should focus ourselves on one node implementation, which might be, the reference implementation. And if community members decide that, hey, we actually also, want to maybe create higher availability in the system by also having more node implementations, then maybe, people can get together and develop another implementation. But I have to say here too, like if you look at other ecosystems, most of them also only have one implementation, Avalanche, Near, whatever, and it's mostly, for example, Ethereum, which has like 6 beacon-like lines and stuff like that. And for us, it's important to really, get up to speed with fostering the core protocol. And this is much easier if you just have one implementation. And let me expand on this. So you have said before, right, that on Shimmer, we will release the core decide first. And the current implementation of core decide is implemented in Go Shimmer, which is a node written in Go. And it is much easier for us to simply port pieces or just port components of that Go Shimmer Go implementation to Hornet, which is also written in Go, instead of having also to rewrite those things in Rust at the same time. And from that perspective, and even just from a resource allocation perspective, it doesn't make sense for us to do 2 things which do the same thing at the same time. And in the past, we did this because we believed that ultimately it was important for high availability, or maybe certain exchanges had a requirement of having multiple node implementations. But we have seen, or we are seeing now, right, that this is simply not true. There are DLTs, blockchains, which only have one node implementation, which everybody uses, which is then also mostly developed by that specific company or foundation of that project. And so having multiple node implementations is kind of, at least from my perspective, is like a prestige thing where you make up a new problem, quotes unquote, right? Where you say, hey, we need multiple implementations because if one implementation is a bug, then at least the other 6 or whatever still are running and the chain doesn't halt. But ultimately, I think in the state IOTA is currently, we are not there to do that. We are here to concentrate on one node implementation.
And make that right, yeah.
And make that right? It just doesn't make sense. And it will also kind of defer the release of core decide because we would have to port things to Rust and test them out in the other thing, and it doesn't really make sense.
One thing, as you said correctly, the Go Shimmer, which is the core decide implementation that we are researching on, shares a part with the Shimmer, the Hornet node, right? Can you tell us a little bit there, that some insights about why this is interesting, or if that is something interesting?
Okay, yeah, maybe I can expand on that, sure. So even though both things are written in Go, that doesn't really mean that they must be compatible or whatever, or it's easy, right, to port things between them. But so Go Shimmer, the IOTA 2.0 prototype implementation, and Hornet, which is the thing which runs Shimmer right now, they both have like a shared library of sorts, where the core utilities, like, I don't know, daemons and databases and task management and caching are all the same. So they all leverage the same library. So the concepts are the same from that perspective. But then, of course, like how the chain actually works is different. However, because they kind of use the same frameworks to, the way it's architected, you are easier able to pull things from GoShimmer and put them into Hornet, because they're using the same frameworks, rather than that you have to rethink entirely how this would work. And what's also maybe interesting to know is that we are actively now looking at so like the GoShimmer prototype, according to the team which is developing this prototype, is about to reach its final stages, and we are starting now, and actually this week or next week, the people from the Hornet team and the people from the GoShimmer team are gonna get together and find out how they can port things from GoShimmer to Hornet in a way which is doesn't disrupt all the APIs we've just built and stuff like that. And obviously, I can't give any ETAs how long it will take for Codicide to ship on Hornet or whatever.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
That's
No
not
worries.
the question. But I'm optimistic that we're on a good way to finally bring Codicide components to networks where people are actually using the network, and that it will land eventually also on the IOTA mainnet. But yeah, it will again first happen on Shimmer, because Shimmer is the staging network. It's our staging network with incentivization, and then it will land at mainnet. And again, also, it should be done in such a way where this is a fluid protocol upgrade, so it's not like halting the chain, new node client upgrade, whatever. It should be ongoing and continuous.
Thank you very much for these insights and the sneak peek in the relatively close future of what the teams are going to do. But of course, again, it's a road and it's a path towards the removal of the coordinator. And now we have also a network where these things can be tested without disrupting the main or the most used network, which at this point in time is IOTA. Do you have any opinions on inflation in cryptocurrency? Do you want to touch this question, or I mean, I would not know what to say, so let me know if you.
Yeah, sure. No. I have my personal opinion about this. Sure. So I guess this comes also from the fact that at the beginning, when we launched the Shimmer website, we put some 8% inflation on the token or whatever, and essentially what happened there at the end of the day is that we from engineering were like, we can't add inflation to the base token now because it doesn't really serve any value. And what I mean by that is that if you have proof of stake blockchains like Avalanche, Near, or Ethereum and stuff like that, if you have an inflation on the base token, what you and people are getting rewards by staking their tokens, what you're actually doing by this is incentivizing, and maybe also forcing, depends on how you look at it, people to put their capital to work and to secure the network. But because in Shimmer there is no right, if you would stake your Shimmer, there was no protocol level or security level thing happening with those tokens, right? It wasn't about securing the network. And so we felt like, no, this doesn't make sense. We are not going to add inflation to the base token until we want to incentivize people to actually stake their tokens or delegate them to validators. And for that reason, we just removed the inflation. Personally, I think the inflation thing is a good thing, again, because you want to maximize the security of the chain. You want people to stake their tokens or delegate their tokens to validators so that more tokens are put up as collateral ultimately, and so the chain is more secure. And even though, and that's also something a lot of people don't understand, right? If you look at the inflation of a token supply from a mathematical standpoint, it doesn't, right? You would think, okay, so that means if I have 8% token inflation per year, that means that my token, if I don't stake, it devalues by 8% by year because the supply gets 8% bigger than before. And so the supply is bigger, so it should dilute my token value. And that's just not, it's mathematically completely true, but practically speaking, if you look at other blockchains, other DLTs, if they have staking, if they have inflation, usually people, they do staking because they get rewards, and it doesn't dilute the token value by that percentage you have the supply, you have the inflation. So personally, I believe once we have a good reason, and maybe this will also be something we're only gonna add for Coordicide, I don't know yet. But if we have a good reason for incentivizing people to delegate their tokens, might it be for delegating it to high mana holders or whatever else, we might consider adding inflation so that people can get rewards for doing that specific task. And I think that's completely okay. But as long as we don't have a mechanism or we don't have a reason for this mechanism, we're not going to add it. So for that period of time, Shimmer tokens and IOTA tokens are not going to be inflationary. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Now, you give me some insights that I didn't think about it, like how things are, of course, make sense when you look them up in tokenomics paper and whatnot, but how actually real life things work differently, because it's not always just some nice theory, and practically speaking, sometimes the ecosystem behaves differently than what you expect. And I think this is a generic thing in software development. Do you have time for another question?
Sure, yeah.
All right, let me see if I'm not sure we're going to have a complete answer for that, but let's try this one. How long software stays in Shimmer and then pushed to the IOTA mainnet? Do you have some expectations? Do you have some process in this? What do you think?
Yeah. So back in spring or so, I wrote down a document which outlines for the engineers exactly, what it means to put something from the Shimmer network to the IOTA mainnet. So there's some structure to this, and for example, so all the software developers and so on will understand this. The things we put on Shimmer on the Shimmer network are what we consider release candidates of the respective software. So you have now the Hornet version, which is an RC or a release candidate, which is running on Shimmer. And then ultimately, as I said before, like if it stands, the test of time, we're going to put it on the mainnet. I've currently defined this time to be like 1 month. So if it runs 1 month on Shimmer, it should then be running within a month or after a month on the IOTA mainnet. However, for this specific, for the Stardust protocol upgrade, because again, it's like a lot of things, done at one time, it's going to probably take longer for that to happen. But yeah, like our release cadence should be like, so maybe let me expand on this, right? So we have something called the Shimmer beta network, but this is going to be renamed to the testnet. So then what you have is you have a testnet, you have Shimmer, and you have a mainnet, and there's like a release schedule between these three networks where we say, hey, if it runs on the testnet for a certain amount of time without problems, and of course we also have integration tests and not just like testing things on the network. We're going to put it on Shimmer, and then if it runs for a month or so, we put it on the IOTA mainnet. But of course, you cannot say it will take exactly 1 month and then we put it on the IOTA mainnet. It's really dependent on what we're actually changing and our confidence in whether this makes, it makes sense and it's mature enough, and we have the confidence that it actually runs properly. So I cannot say precisely when, for example, the Stardust protocol update is going to happen on the IOTA mainnet. I would say it should probably happen between now and the end of the year. But yeah, that's what I can say.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time. I can understand. I mean, from this side where we are not engineers, where we look at what happens, where we try to use a network, of course, we're missing some information to understand how actually the engineering behind that is, and the complexity is always not that clear, because I mean, me myself, I can have an idea of what it means to develop and bring something and achieve something like Shimmer and test new features, but also, as you say correctly, it's not just an update, because if something goes wrong, we have an issue that should and have to be fixed. So it's really important to have this staging network where things can be tested and let's say the bugs can be ironed out before even porting them to Toyota later on.
Yeah, and exactly. And through Shimmer, we get like another step of assurance that it actually works before we put it on the IOTA mainnet, which is like, I don't know how much, like 800 million market cap or something like that. So for that reason, this makes total sense. Yeah.
Perfect. All right, then, Luca, I say thank you. It was a real pleasure having you with us. Would you like to say?
Yeah, sure. I want to say one last thing. So again, I want to thank everybody within the engineering department, the IOTA Foundation, who has worked relentlessly at producing all the software, developing all the software, being there even at night, and testing things out. And usually with these things, in the last couple of days, everybody in my department at least was still there at night and fixing things. So yeah, I want to thank them a lot for having done all the work. And yeah, I also want to thank the community, right, who's probably now downloading Firefly and creating native tokens and interacting with the ecosystem and being on this live stream. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks again, Luca. It was a real pleasure. See you around on Slack, probably.
Yeah, all right, cool.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Antonio. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right, welcome back. It's me again. I mean, it's really, really interesting to have some insights in the engineering department, because, of course, as I said, as a user like me, or as someone that touches the engineering, the technology from a really superficial point of view, it's hard to understand what it actually means. And what I heard here is also the excitement by the and the passion by the engineering team, because I've worked in other companies before, and I can tell you that even before launch, you might have one or two people waiting or doing going beyond what they would have to do. And here you really see that the passion is here, that the team is online mostly day and night, because it's more than just working for something. It's important for them and for us to deliver not only Shimmer, but everything that comes after that. I see lots of love for the engineering team, lots of love in the comments for Luca, the Chad. And I got something from Singapore, but I'm having a hard time to show it because it was almost 1 gigabyte of video, and I'm not sure that my platform here is making it available. What I will try to do is to start the video from my computer. I promise you that the audio will be bad. I will promise you that it will not be perfect. I'm just skipping the first minute of IOTA, and just to give you some brief insights into what is happening. Let me see if I can share the video, because my my platform is not really helping here right now. So here it is. Can we see it? Not yet. This is the one. So this is live from Singapore. The audio will be bad. Don't punish me on that. It's recorded live. It's just how things are. Let me shut up a little bit here. All right, no sound. As I said, it might not work as expected, as I imagined. Let me see if I can do something there. But what we see is actually Dom introducing Shimmer to the group there. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. So this is why I'm talking over it. So we have here Shimmer starting, Dom starting with his presentation and introducing Shimmer, and a little. Yeah, Dave, it's not OBS. I'm sorry. So yeah, technical issues over there, as we can see with the mic. Reporting live, we are doing our best. He's presenting Shimmer to the people that are joining him at the party in Singapore, which is taking place right now. It started 1 hour before our live stream. So yeah, I'm getting just other notifications that there is no sound. So if anyone is in Singapore and they are somehow also listening to this, let me know in Discord by sharing some information and pinging me. Thank you, Huva. Thank you. So what we have is Dom doing his presentation. Then after that, let me see if I can show something more. Yeah, we like doing things with important people, and we love to do things in groups where we can talk to the people passionately and give them attention. So yeah, I know what you mean there. While we wait for the downloads of the other two, I can tell you that the party is going great. As I said, we also had Garret from TanglePay live there. So after the next section with our special guest, we will have Charlie that will talk about Firefly, the Firefly Shimmer wallet version. But of course, the ecosystem and the community, and in this case, the TanglePay team, developed an alternative wallet in the ecosystem. And I think just to hook it back to the idea of having different nodes and to the question about B, also here it is interesting to have support in different parts of the project. I mean, as Luca said correctly, in other ecosystems, there is one implementation that follows the specifications from the project team itself, but the growth actually comes from the ecosystem building on your specifications or on the teams and the project's specifications. And I think this is a really good example in TanglePay, which made actually the mobile wallet available, and also the support for Shimmer, if I remembered correctly. So look TanglePay up. If it is the tool that you're looking for, try it out. As I say often, I'm a paranoid if when it goes about security, when it is about my tokens. I mean, I've been in the space since 2010, 2011. So a lot of time has passed since then. The technology evolved, and I love to make things in a certain way. So even if I have the opportunity to use a the opportunity to have a mobile wallet, I treat it actually like I have my wallet in the pocket. I keep a handful of fiat in my wallet, and I keep a handful of tokens in my mobile wallet. It's just me. I'm not saying that everyone should do this, but it's just how I do things, where I have my, let's say, cold wallet secured with, for example, hardware wallet. I'm not saying any names here because we do not do advertisement, but there is one hardware wallet that you can use. But for example, the Firefly wallet is secured through the implementation of Stronghold, which was specifically developed to keep the mnemonics and the your seed phrase secure, and of course also the token secure. So even in case of a mobile wallet, my suggestion is always, since it's mobile, I know that it is now common to only have mobile devices. I absolutely understand that too. Not everyone has either a computer and also mobile wallet, but maybe just one or maybe just the other. But this is just how I do things. So a secure wallet with a hardware wallet at home on my desktop, and then a handful of tokens on mobile wallets. Right now, I'm sorry, I have too many signals coming in. I see Phylo, or also known as Holger, that is writing me, "Hey Tony, I might join actually live." Let me see if we are able to establish this, because we tried before and there were some issues with the connectivity. And studio. Then I have 3 languages in my head, which also make things more or less complicated. All right. Let's give him a second. So in the meantime, I might have downloaded another video. The good thing is that, oh, there he is. He's already in the studio. Thumbs up. Can I add you to the stream? Thumbs up. All right. Yeah. Hey, Holger. How are
Hi, everybody. Am I live, or am I just talking to you, Antonio?
We are live.
Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. How's the network doing? Everything stable? Everything still alive? How is Shimmer claiming working? Everybody happy, yeah? Okay, welcome everybody from Singapore. We are here in our event in Ju Bar. It's a little really interesting and nice Korean bar in Singapore here. We had an amazing time the last 2 days here. We met with a lot of great people and a lot of great teams. And I don't know if Antonio already showed you the recording of Dom's speech, or maybe it's coming up. So we have kicked off the event. Maybe there's a problem with the stream. So we have kicked off the event, and cheers, everybody. Let me show you a little bit around the place. Yeah, we have basically everything is happening on 3rd floor. We have a couple of teams of community teams and members, and everybody. This is live in Discord. Say hello to Antonio. Yeah, so currently everybody is eating and drinking, and especially connecting and talking with each other. So this is really interesting part, because there are so many teams in Singapore here that are looking for new opportunities, and they all want to have a lot of information about Shimmer. So we are most of the time explaining to people what Shimmer is and what opportunities you have. So that's kind of the main event stage. I just walk through. I don't know if it works, but hi. Hi, this is live in our Discord. Hey everybody! Hello everybody, you're live in the stream, live stream. Okay, Tom, say hello. This is live stream into YouTube and Discord. Look, Antonio. So, you see, we're kind of all busy talking to some teams and explaining Shimmer to the world. And hello, Mr. Arvin. Hi. Everybody has a good time. I think more people will come because there's a lot of events happening in parallel in Singapore, and so basically you're just moving from one event to the other, and all the teams here looking for opportunities and looking to connect to the founders. So it's really interesting. I hope you all have a great time in the Discord, staying at home, having only beer and not this great Korean food that we have here. But yeah, it's really greetings to everybody. I'm really happy. We are all very happy that everything went fine, that the first exchange listings are coming out already. So really cool.
Awesome. Phylo, thank you very much for this insider view. I love it. Yeah. It's, like guerrilla journalism. It's like being in the middle. There's no montage. There is nothing fake. Everything is as real as you get it.
Yeah. I'll try to send some more pictures and things up, and I'll also try to get some of the teams on the side in the next hour, maybe to give a little short statement. Really, like I said, it's everybody is very interested in Shimmer and what we can deliver, so it's pretty great here. See you in potentially another hour, and in between, have fun with Antonio and grab your NFTs. Yeah, take part in the claiming.
Join the giveaways. Phylo, bye. Next time. All right. As you can see, this is as real as it gets. I totally love doing this. It's just being there. I'm used to now doing a lot of things remotely like this, and having insights like this. It's something that gives peace to my mind. All right, as you might see, the next, I see the question. All right, how to claim the NFTs? We have a giveaway. So since we're in a break between guests, I'll just repeat it for everyone because I know that new people joined, some other left, so that you have an overview. To join our Discord, we are having an overload in invites. So I'm posting now in the chat the link to join the Discord, which is discord.gg/iota. Then there is a verification system made available by a third party, which will require you to stop using a VPN and to enable direct messages. Good thing that you reminded me. I see here there is also a walkthrough in our wiki to follow the right steps, which I'm also sharing here right now. After you have verify your account, what you can actually do is the following. I'm doing this live as it gets. Here it is. After you join, so you will be somewhere here in verification help, verification help. You will be guided to receive the verification. It is important to enable your direct messages, which are shown here in this animation, and then to avoid spam, of course, after verification, make sure to disable or block DMs again. After that, you will see a small section. I will tell you that right away. A small section of the Discord. You will not see all these things because there's a lot of things going on in here. So we made it really clean and easy, and I will also show you that so that you have an idea of what it means. Because sometimes, being guided through the steps, it's easier. You will see a selection of channels here so that it is not overwhelming to you. And with this. Come on, Tony. Come on. Thank you for the notifications. As always, it is always helpful to let me know. Okay, perfect. So once you are verified, you will see here on the left-hand side a selection of channels. So there's not too much and too many things to see. Where you want to go then is straight to the Shimmer launch channel here, where you will see these giveaways. Always scroll down to the left one. This is ending now in 40 seconds. And click on the button, on the enter button here on the bottom to enter the giveaway. As I said, there will be 100 giveaways in total. This is number 3 actually, because we had the first one starting yesterday, the number 1 starting before, and now this one, which is ending in 16 seconds. When you are on desktop and you press enter, you will see this message here. On mobile, that might not be visible. What you can do after that, besides waiting, okay, let's see it live. The winners, 1, 2, 3, 1 second ago. Let's see how much it takes for the bot to choose the winners, because there are 5 random winners for every giveaway. Oh, Petri won. Petri and I, we have a little history, so I'm really happy to hear that he won the giveaway. So besides that, you can now then wait for the next giveaway, which will be published. Oh, Petri was before, so now we have. Oh, I see. It's posting it twice. Perfect. So what? Oh no, I'm sorry, Petri. It's not Petri. It's Gobly. It's Gobly. Okay. Sorry, I was confused by this message right here. Perfect. So here we have now the winners. The winners are also displayed on the bottom of every single giveaway to be sure that it was you. And the winners will receive an OG NFT winner role. And this will give them also access to a channel which is hidden right here. Okay, what happened with this one? Okay, and all the winners will all be present in this channel, where starting Monday, I will tell you how to claim your OG NFT. For now, for the OG NFT, we have just a teaser. Okay, this is on purpose. The reveal should be on the 12th of October, but maybe someone might share it beforehand. Who knows? So if you want to know and make sure if you're participating in the next giveaway, click on the View Giveaway button. It will ask you to join with your Discord account, and it will show you the entries, so how many people entered the giveaway, how much time is left, and if you actually entered the giveaway and the list of winners. This was the number 1, and this was the number 28. Perfect. So, so that you're aware that we have this NFT giveaway, which started yesterday and will go on until the 30th September, 5 p.m., more or less 5 p.m. CEST. As I said, there will be 100 in total, and 500 NFTs that will be dropped to the community. All right. I'm sorry, I'm going too far here. So we are almost ready for our next guest, I think. Almost, not yet. Let me see. Let me do a check-in call. Hey, are you here? Okay, how much price? Shimmer. It's drawing 10 people. Well, they all have the role. Thank you, Verna. I will look into that. Well, if it's 10 people, congratulations to them. We have enough. We have enough NFT to drop. That's not an issue there. Okay, perfect. Good here. Do we want to try and start before? Yes, I have my guest here. So take a guess. I give you now 2 minutes to guess who's going to be the next guest. If you're on YouTube and in the chat, 2 minutes to guess the next guest. I'm joking, not 2 minutes, because otherwise it gets boring. But let me see here in the meantime what is happening with the giveaway. It's the second time I'm using this giveaway system. We tested it a little bit, but you know, when you do things live, things not always work as you expect, but that should not be the issue here. Let me see in my backlog. In the meantime, drop your names, drop your nicknames of who could actually be the next guest. Let me see. Okay. Well, the giveaway is running, and in case we'll do it differently. Perfect. Let me see some guesses. So we have McAfee. No, not McAfee. Duke One is on a run. Levente wanted to be here, but he already had something scheduled for today. Charlie will come later. Navin. What a Jesus. Hanselhoff. It's me. It's not Shay Le Funk. All right. Kim Jong Unwrecked, Dom, Hans. I know you all love to see Hans, but we are ready to go with our next guest. You can. Boom! Who's there?
I feel like a complete letdown now.
Come on! This is what the community does sometimes, huh? Hey, Kutkraft, how are you?
Hello, Papa Tony. Thank you. Hey, thank you so much for making this possible, for getting me on the show, man. This is a big piece of history. What a massive milestone.
This is a massive milestone.
And I can talk crap with you for a little while during the live stream, man. This is awesome.
Definitely. I mean, this is Shimmer, right? We are doing things differently, and we also love to experiment, and this is why Shimmer is there, to experiment, to try new things out. And who better to report some sentiment about spec and the community and the ecosystem out there while I'm let's say focusing on the live stream. What can you tell us? What's happening all around the world while I'm here on the
I'm not sure if you noticed, but yeah, we've been killing it on socials. I mean, on Twitter, I feel like we're kind of starting to get out of our bubble a little bit. BitBoy did a video, you know, I've seen us retweeted by pages that have got 100,000, 200,000 follows. So, man, I feel like there's a groundswell happening and the culture is building around Shimmer and IOTA. So, Tony, exciting times, man. Like, I'm so pumped by what's going to happen in the next month, 2 months, 3 months. Hey, did I hear right? Did Lucas say that we're going to get, or I don't want to put words or put guarantees in there, but did he say something about mainnet getting the Stardust upgrade by the end of the year?
No ETAs. You heard it wrong. No, that's that's the aim, of course. So, of course, we have internal challenges. We call them ETAs, but we challenge ourselves as a team to do things on time. And we gave an ETA for Shimmer, and it happened. So we are starting to learn how to give out ETAs that work and that are consistent. And of course, I imagine that the goal for engineering is to bring the Stardust upgrades of Shimmer to IOTA by the end of the year. And as always, since we are doing novel stuff here, since we're doing things that no person has done before in history, there might always be a mishap. So no ETAs on that. And
all right, but we can say $4 EOY confirmed then, because. But hey, Tony, why did you put me on after Luca? He is such a great speaker. I don't think I've heard him speak before, but he's so eloquent and explains things so well that I feel like I'm gonna bomb now.
No, You can't bump. You're Spec Weekly. I mean, just look in the chat. Love that voice. Diamond nipples. I mean, get this man a beer, air horn. I mean, hello.
Oh, man. Dude,
community
after
loves
seeing Phylo doing the live stream, I got FOMO on partying, and I feel like I want to be there having a beer with everyone. And man, it just made me think about what Monaco is going to be like. It's going to be debaucherous. It's going to be gross. We should live stream that, man, on Pornhub or something.
Well, you know, there is a meme going around about Pornhub not being so happy because their platform is used mainly to stream TV channels to other countries.
You're joking.
No, I'm not joking.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
So like an ESPN, like a football game live streamed on Pornhub.
Exactly. So just so everybody knows, if you're under 18, do not use it. But if you're over 18, you can also find it.
Look at us, Tony. 3 minutes into the conversation, we're talking about Pornhub. Where is this? Where are we going here?
Where we're going, we're becoming degenerates. I mean, this is the crypto Twitter that people talk about, and nobody really experienced it. You know?
Indeed. But hey, Tony, before we talk, can I just say thank you to you guys, the foundation? I mean, and not just the foundation, but the community builders. There are a bunch of projects that are just coming live, you know, in time for this upgrade, and you know, to the DGen brothers and sisters as well. Like as we spoke about before, we're killing it on social media, and I think that kind of propels us outside of our bubble and starts getting more eyes on what we're doing if we're just super positive and putting out that good message, you know. So just thank you to everyone. I just wanted to say that before we start chatting. I think it's good to start it off with a little bit of being grateful for what's going on.
Definitely. Let's hold this thought. And I mean, I'm here with you, so my head is already full of signals and out there somewhere, but I definitely agree with it. The projects are not made by a foundation, are not made by single people, are made by everyone that takes the time to learn about it, to talk about it, to even spend time on socials, as you say, to spread the message. Everyone involved. Thank you also from my side. I usually do this, but see, this is why I wanted you with me today, so that you can share this love, this passion that the community has with other community members, and hopefully also inspire other people. Kutkraft, I have to be really careful now because I know your name and I just have to be careful not to say it. Why don't you say something about you? And let's do it differently than usual. I learned this on Monday while I was in Austria doing a training. And to present yourself, why don't you tell me 2 truths and 1 fake news? So you now take some time, okay? 2 things that are real and 1 thing that is totally fake. And then we try in the chat to figure out what is real and what is fake.
Oh, you put me on the spot, man. I want to come up with something really funny and something clever. I can't.
I give you 30 seconds while I do a public service announcement, all right?
All right.
So, public service announcement. Bitforex suspended their exchange operations because they are hotfixing conditional transfers, so the bounce back of tokens. So we can understand that Shimmer is really new, so it's day 1. We had the beta network running, but as always, there is no such thing like having a real network and a live network. And so public service announcement, Bitforex for now is suspended, but will come back already when done, of course. So we want a face reveal from Kutkraft. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, not happening today.
I'm gonna do it next year at some point, but I've got to tie it with some sort of special situation where I completely dox myself. But for now, I cannot.
Mystery person.
Well, just on that, look, I'm looking to expand Spec Weekly. So you know, Papa Tony, I've told you a couple of times that I'm thinking of going to sort of conferences and crypto get-togethers. And I'm gonna go and interview people, and I'll put my face out there, and hopefully we can sort of spread the Shimmer and IOTA message a little bit wider, and start mingling with other communities as well. So that'll come next year. But today, nothing.
Awesome. Are you ready for 2 truths and 1 fake news?
All right. Okay, here we go. The first cryptocurrency I bought was Bitcoin. Now you can tell when I'm making shit up. Once, when I was young, I fantasized about owning a really, really good vacuum cleaner. So I used to always want to one day own a high quality vacuum cleaner. And the other one was when I was climbing Mount Fuji, about I think it was the 7th station up, I was bitten by a rat, and I had to go back down to the bottom and seek first aid, just in case I had some sort of rabies infection.
All right. So we dropped this one. Let me put this in the banners so that people can now take time to figure out. So the first crypto coin, let's say the first crypto was Bitcoin, right? Did I get that right? Okay. When I was young, I wanted to own a quality vacuum cleaner.
Well, they're all true. Yep. Go on.
and wait, let me just turn around this sentence. Climbing Mount Fuji, 7th station up, was bitten by a rat and had to climb back, or let's say walk back down, to get
kind of limp back down. Yeah,
limp back down. All right, I am now putting this here as a banner. Let me see if it works. Okay. So while we wait for the people in the chat to let me know which they think are true and which are not, let's have some fun here. Is there something that you would like to tell us about yourself? For example, how long have you been in the ecosystem? How did you get to IOTA and Shimmer? Why are you here?
Yeah. Look, let's get. Do you want the long story or the very long story? How much time do we have, Papa Ten?
You go, and I stop you when necessary.
You stop me when I'm rambling. The way I found IOTA. So this happened back in. So I bought my first bag back in 2018. So this is just after the bull happened. Thank goodness, man, because I really feel bad for you guys who bought it $5. Like that really hits me hard. But anyway, the crypto bull run happened, and I just finished paying off my Bitcoin. And I just finished paying off a loan to buy a certain cryptocurrency. And I'll give you the backstory on that as well. So, coming back to crypto, actually, I'll start with that. See, Tony, I'm already going off the rails, man.
Just take a deep breath. I know what it means.
I'm too excited. So
I know.
I bought, you know what? I'm going to give it away already. I bought my first cryptocurrency back in 2013 at the tail end, and that was Bitcoin. So I bought Bitcoin and I held it on Mt. Gox. I'm not sure if any of you know. And if you know what happened to Mt. Gox at the beginning of 2014, it was the biggest exchange. 80% of all 80% of all Bitcoin that was being traded on Mt. Gox. And, a few months after Bitcoin reached its all-time high, and that was about $1,300 back then, it was on par with gold. That was a huge event for all of us crypto nerds at that time. So a few months after that, it got hacked, and everyone who had coins on Mt. Gox got their asses wrecked. And I was one of those poor people. And dude, as I was just saying, Antonio, I had taken out a $25,000 loan, and it was all gone, man. So when that happened, I had this sick feeling in my stomach. And the best way that I can describe it is, you message a girl that you really like, and then she doesn't message you back for like 2 hours. And then later on, you see that you're on red. She's left you on red, and you're like, oh, man. And then the next day, she still hasn't. So that sick feeling in your stomach when you know something's up is kind of how I felt when I lost all my Bitcoin. Obviously a lot worse because I'd lost about $25,000, and I couldn't stand hearing the word cryptocurrency. I couldn't say Bitcoin anymore, and it just repulsed me from the whole scene for about 4 years until I paid off my loan. And then when I paid off my loan, it was just after the bull run had happened. So that's when, at that time, I had a girlfriend, and I said, I want to get back into crypto. And I'd been hearing a lot about new cryptos because obviously the bull run happened, it's in the news, blah, blah, blah. And the next thing was utility crypto. So I thought to myself, you know what, when I invest now, it's got to have some sort of capacity in the real world. Some crypto that can be used for anything by the general public. I didn't want something that was niche anymore. I wanted to find something that would eventually be adopted. So then we start researching. I'd heard one about, you can transfer files through this blockchain. And then my ex-girlfriend said, hey, how about this one? I said, what is it? She said, it's called IOTA. I go, what does it do? She said, it's a cryptocurrency designed for IoT. I said, you know what? I'm in. So then I started to read about it. I looked at the chart. I saw that it spiked to $5. It was on its way back down. I thought, you know what? Let's get some. And that very night that she told me about it, we bought our first bag. So that was in the beginning of 2018. And what attracted me initially was the vision, IoT, machine to machine, an efficient, elegant cryptocurrency. And I just thought, this has got all the hallmarks. Feeless. I was like, wow, this is an alien technology compared to everything that we're seeing here. Like ternary, what the is that? You know what I mean? And I just felt like I was discovering something out of this world. Mm-hmm. And then, I slowly started to make my way into the community. And my first step was through Reddit. And those guys can be serious. So it's like, okay, these guys are really serious. But, I joined them. I was fighting against the cryptocurrency subreddit. Anytime someone was fighting IOTA, I'd go in there and go to battle. And then eventually I wanted to do more. I just felt like that wasn't enough. And I made my way into the Discord. And I started working on the Wikipedia page. And dude, it was being safeguarded by this guy who hates crypto. His name's, I won't say any names, but it was safeguarded by this guy who hates crypto. Mm-hmm. He wrote 2 books about how much he hates crypto, and this guy is in charge of what crypto articles get published on Wikipedia. Mm-hmm. I don't know what analogy to give you. It's like, okay, I'll give you one. It's like, oh no, it's too political.
Let's keep it.
Okay. All right. But you get where I'm coming from. It's like somebody is gatekeeping the knowledge about something that they hate. It's like, how is this possible on Wikipedia? This is meant to be the source of knowledge. So anyway, I started going to war with this guy in the talk section of Wikipedia. He just wouldn't get our article published. He kept on accusing us of being paid shills. He kept on saying that the article read bias, and we just had this big back and forth, and that made me feel good because I felt like I was contributing and doing something good for IOTA. But anyway, eventually it got published, and I was like, all right, I'm going to go hang out in Spec now. So then I just made my way to Spec, and that's when I started just chatting with the guys and just having a good time, man. Like it's been when I've been lonely, and not have a girlfriend, like the guys were there. And, when I've been feeling down, being wrecked, the guys are there and always lift the mood, man. So, if you're not in the Discord, consider it. We're a good bunch of dudes and gals as well that occasionally pop up. And we love kind of just making jokes and talking about IOTA. So, Tony, I'm talking too much, man. I'm sorry.
No, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. I mean, we want to know each other one way or the other, right?
Yeah.
So, it's always interesting also for when you get into crypto and after some months or years, you look around and it's really hard to find people to talk to because it's something so alien to many people still. And I don't know how big the city is or the town is where you live, but where I am, we are 100,000 people in the city. And to find someone that has interest in technology, that finds interest in crypto and that got wrecked, but still understands the power that this kind of technology can have and how it revolutionized our world, even if it's not tangible for everyone. It's really important to find this connection, and Discord.
For sure. Yeah.
Discord is one of those, and so I definitely love to Discord in the sense of having contradictory opinions on Discord with people in the community, because it also helps me, putting my thoughts in the right place, because I might think that this is the right thing, but then on the other hand, I discover through discussion that actually I'm missing some pieces of the information. And so it helps put my thoughts in the right order. And I have a really strong way of doing that, but I enjoy doing that. And also sarcasm is one way of doing communication, and spec can be full of that, of course. So it's definitely fun to enjoy the time with a bunch there.
Yeah, and the amount of knowledge that I gained by being in Discord was exponential compared to Reddit. So on Reddit, I would read every article because the information flow was really slow. You're relying on somebody else to post something, and then you read it, and then you're just waiting for comments, and you comment. It's like really slow going. But in Discord, everything's by the second almost. So yeah, your intake of knowledge and how much more information you get in Discord is amazing. And the foundation's in there, so you can see what they're writing, and you don't really get that exposure when you're just on Reddit or even just on Twitter. So it really is, breaking that wall between community and the foundation in the Discord. So again, really recommended. Hey, what's your IOTA origin story? How did you discover it? You said you were in crypto from a long time.
So, all right, let's play ping pong today. Like the new Shimmer ping pong threads on Twitter. Long story, short story. Okay, let's try with a medium long story. Before I start, I saw some questions. Shimmer as a network already started. So it was launched like 3.5 hours ago as a network. So you can already claim your tokens. In more or less 1 hour, we will have Charlie here from the Firefly team showing you how to claim your tokens with Firefly. Coming back to my backstory, my origin story in IOTA. 2010, I think it was around 2010, 2011. I was a lot around on Reddit, of course. It was my, my tinfoil hat season where I started looking into conspiracies and privacy, because there was this scandal about the NSA, about the Prism. So I started discovering tools like Tor, the onion router, to enhance my privacy surfing the net. And one way or the other, I got in touch with someone talking about Bitcoin. I think it was on Reddit, if I remember correctly. And so I started trying to understand what it was, what it could be. I started seeing people trading Bitcoin on forums through escrow, or where you just send someone money, that someone then sends it to someone else, and you get the tokens from this third person. So
that's how I got mine, man.
Yeah,
email,
you did. Man, all right. And since I was not so, it did not feel secure enough, I waited a little bit, and I could actually go to Second Life. I don't know if the listeners here remember Second Life.
Yeah, I remember Second Life. I think it's still going with the same graphics and everything.
I think they upgraded the graphics a little bit, but it's still going. Right. It was the first metaverse with your virtual avatars, companies buying real estate in Second Life, building their headquarters, they are having meetings. So when I hear metaverse nowadays, it really gives me these flashbacks about Second Life. And there I could purchase Linden dollars, which was the in-game currency, in-world currency. And there was this little company in Austria called Virvox that had ATM machines in Second Life where you could deposit Linden dollars and then get Bitcoins out from there.
Wow.
So the first exchange was Virvox. And that was crazy.
Did you do it?
Yeah,
Did you
of course.
buy it through?
Yeah,
Oh, wow,
I did, man.
Oh,
And
wow.
so I got my first Bitcoins there, and the experience was, crazy. I mean, I'm in a virtual world sending digital money to something, so a website, and then getting Bitcoins.
This is the most exciting Bitcoin story I've ever heard. Through Second Life, I've never heard it. Never.
Yeah. And Virvox now is closed, and they link you to Bitpanda actually. So I suppose that someone went to work for Bitpanda. And then I heard about Ethereum and its genesis, but I did not really understand smart contracts. And I purchased, do you have them in this room? I purchased my first ASIC miners, the USB Raptors. I don't have them here. So I started mining Bitcoin. I was really a little bit of a maximalist in that direction.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I
was too.
Yeah, and then 2016, I heard about IOTA, and it was like, yeah, okay, just another of, what was it, 7,000 tokens, and I didn't give it really much attention until one day during a coffee break, one of my past jobs, I read one of the local economy papers. We call them the Wirtschaftskurier. And I read about this guy, this Dominik Schiener, doing a presentation about IOTA. And I was like, what? Dom is from South Tyrol? Nice. Now I have to look into that. And so I started jumping into the FOMO around July 2017, switching some of my Bitcoins on Bitfinex, it was at the time. And since there, I started following more, understanding it as much as I could, because of course I'm a community manager. So I'm not an engineer. I have a certain way of applying my knowledge and learning things. And I started my own meetup here in Bolzano, where I met Dr. Electron, which is now also in the foundation.
Yeah.
And 2019, they were looking for a community manager, and it was, the right equilibrium between technology and people. So it was not too nerdy, and it was not just people.
Yeah.
And I, applied like you do with every other company, and here we are, 2022, doing a live stream for the launch of Shimmer. Man, this is crazy.
Wow. Yeah, for sure. Man, what a story, man. That's I really like it. It makes me smile. I was smiling the whole time you were telling that story. It's because sometimes you just don't know where the tides of life will take you. You know what I mean? Same with me. 4 years ago, when I bought my first bag of IOTA, would I be talking to you, on a live stream on the day that pretty much our biggest milestone is going live? I wouldn't have imagined it. So I feel incredibly lucky and blessed that, again, the butterfly effect has brought me to here. So yeah, it's
it's crazy,
very exciting. Right?
Before we go to the next one, tell us now. We've seen in the chat, some say that the vacuum cleaner was a lie. Some said the Mount Fuji was a lie. The second is false. Tell us, what was it?
I've always wanted a good quality vacuum cleaner, even now it started off as a child, man. So the vacuum cleaner one is real, even though I hate cleaning. I've always wanted a good vacuum cleaner. Well, I've climbed Mount Fuji, and I wasn't bitten by a rat. I made it to the top, and I made it back down to the bottom. But then when I got to the bottom, I got lost. So I started climbing it again, thinking it was the way out. And it was a terrible experience, but I've done it. So
nice.
There you go.
Nice.
And Bitcoin, as we've just spoken, was the first crypto I got into.
Yeah. It was the beginning for everyone. I mean,
there's a lot of new blood, Antonio.
Yeah, true.
There's a lot of like second generation people. So yeah, they might have jumped into Ethereum first, or
if I look at the obituaries for Bitcoin, I don't know if people know that there is a website which collects obituaries where people say Bitcoin is dead since forever. It's on 99bitcoins.com, I think. There were many, times that we lost people because, Bitcoin did really interesting roller coaster back then. I mean, it went up to 1,000 and then back down to 100.
Yeah.
Empty Gox, Mount Gox, as you say correctly.
Oh, man, yeah.
60K, what was it, last year?
Yeah.
And all
in
this...
Australian dollars, it was like 75K, man. Like it's crazy.
And so there is, as you say correctly, new blood coming in, and I hope that they respect the rules of crypto. So always only invest what you can lose. Do not take any loans. Be careful what you do with crypto because it can bite you at any time. Be careful on that.
That's right.
Question.
Everyone has to learn catching that falling knife at least once. I think everyone panic sells at least once in their experience of holding crypto. Everyone wants to try out the trading way of doing things. And in case you don't know what a catching the falling knife is, it's when you panic sell because the price drops real quick, and you think, okay, I've got to sort of minimize my losses here. And then as soon as you sell, the price goes back up, and you're like, oh shit, I made a mistake. And then you buy high, and then as soon as you buy, the price drops again, and you panic sell again. So that's kind of catching the falling knife.
Exactly. That's crazy. So if anyone here loves good memes, check the Wojak series. That's crazy and explains, I think, crypto Twitter a lot.
Very well. Yeah, absolutely.
Well. So another ping pong round between you and me.
All right.
You started Spec Weekly. I love it. People love it. People in the chat love it. Buy high, sell low. Exactly. What are the challenges for you to run such a channel on YouTube? What can you tell us?
Challenges, I think the main challenge right now is time. I'm still working full time. So I'm, doing my regular 40-hour week. And then after that, I do Spec Weekly. So that's another 30 to 40 hours per week. So I start every week thinking to myself, all right, I'm going to make a video today. That's 10 minutes or less. So, I'll do my research. I'll pick a topic. And then I'll start writing the script, and then I'll record the audio, and then when I check the damn audio, it goes for 20 minutes. I'm like, oh man. So I swear a few times, and I clench my fist and I say, why? I can't believe you've done this. And then I guess the whole point of making a shorter video is that it takes me less time to edit the video component of the audio. So the less the audio, then the less video I've got to edit after it. So obviously it's going to be less of a time kill overall. But just to put things in perspective, 1 minute takes about 1 to 3 hours worth of work. So 1 minute of video is 1 to 3 hours worth of work. And that includes everything. So that includes the research, the writing, recording the audio, editing the audio, recording the video, editing the video, and then post-production. So it is a whole real thing that just takes a lot of time. So I've had maybe 3 Saturdays off since I started about 6 months ago. And, I guess the hard part is just sacrificing social life or exercising. I've gained so much weight, and I've eaten so much McDonald's to sort of pacify my anxiety. But it's become my passion, and it's great because I love editing. I love our community, and, I think it's obvious that, I love this project. So for me, Antonio, the main challenge is just time. And just you get physically tired too, working a lot of hours a week. But no complaints. That's just the main challenge. It's just finding the time making the time and getting the energy.
I completely understand that, and I also imagine how hard it is for people like you, and also, for example, Thomas QV with his Monaco podcast.
Yeah.
He's also has the challenge to find people to talk to, to have the time zone challenge. It's just not that easy as it sounds and as it looks like. So looking behind the scenes.
He works on a mining rig. So he's offshore, 3 weeks at a time, back on shore 3 weeks at a time. So he's really doing a good job. organizing that time. Like you're saying, finding the people, interviewing the people. He's got to really fit it around the schedule. He's doing amazing work. Yeah.
Definitely. Love it. So there are many comments about you in the chat. So when you have time later, maybe scroll through them. There's lots of love for you right now.
I love the guys too. And that's what started it all. It was just in spec. Everyone was depressed when Chris decided to step back. And, it's one thing to amp yourself up when you read the blog posts, but it's another thing when Steve Jobs comes up on the screen and says, and one more thing, and then you just get hyped and you hear Chris talking about it enthusiastically. So it's one thing to read it and get excited, but it's another thing to hear somebody who's genuinely excited about what they're talking about. So all I can do is try to fill a small gap there. And Thomas is doing a great job. A couple of other YouTubers. There's IOTA Poet. He's doing a great job. And there's also Probably Nothing as well. So I watch them all and I support them all. So everyone's putting their work in. It's really good.
Yeah. So we have IOTA Monthly, right? And
sorry, man.
IOTA Poet, I think, is IOTA Monthly. We are sorry. We are just in the middle of it. So if we say something wrong, but make sure if you're right now here, hashtag your YouTube channel, make a tweet, hashtag Shimmer, and let's see if some of these projects now will shift also to Shimmer and talk a little bit more about that, because with Spec Weekly, you are a little bit free, but everyone that says IOTA something might have some limitations, but I'm really curious to see how that.
Well, they'd have to rebrand now or pretty soon if they want to expand out. But that was my intention always, was to sort of. It's hard to get people to fall in love with your crypto when they hold another crypto, and one of the only ways you can do that is by saying, with our cryptos together, it will make your crypto better. Not mine is better than yours, but ours together, we can benefit each other. So that kind of angle, I think, would bring sort of more hearts and minds to our ecosystem, more community members.
Mm-hmm. And I've seen our really important message right here. Gabriela, escúchame. Claramente, IOTA hispano por todo el mundo que habla español o es latinoamericano e europeo. Of course, there's also IOTA Hispano.
I'm so sorry, Gabriela. You've done an amazing job too. Actually, let me tell you about IOTA Hispano. That was the first one that I sent a coffee to. They were organizing meetups in Argentina. And my family, my background, somos argentinos. So I sent them a little tip to help organize the thing. So I did that in quiet. I didn't say it, but now just to prove to Gabriela that I do appreciate you. You were the first one that I sent a little tip to. It was your group. Yeah.
Lots of love, Gabriela, IOTA Hispano.
Vamos, Argentina. Yes.
Vamos, yeah. Okay. We have 6 minutes.
Jeez, that's flown by.
Right?
My goodness.
Is there?
So, okay. How about you tell me what's one of the challenges you face as a community manager? I mean, I'll tell you what I would have a hard time with. If I see kind of unbridled FUD going on, I'm pretty sure I would lose my shit like pretty quickly and want to step in and say stuff. That I think that's where I would find an issue, is kind of choosing my moments of when to engage. But I'm wondering, what your challenges are.
My challenges in that case are, as you said correctly, to find my center. I not always do that because I sometimes really get going hard and say, hey, BS, please, come on, let's say things as they are. Yeah. The challenges I have is not FUD, because I go by the idea that people might have wrong information at hand. Because IOTA and now with Shimmer, there's so much to know. There are so many things. There are many different sources. If you're not an expert, you ask an expert, or you trust someone else that poses as an expert, and you think, okay, what he says should be right. Then you interpret that information with your understanding, and then you say, hey, Shimmer is now proof of stake, right? and then you say, okay, right. I go by the idea that you got the information wrong, and I go by the idea that you're here, like I do sometimes, telling something wrong so that the world replies with the truth. I don't know if you know about this thing. You say something wrong so that either you're right or someone tells you what is right.
Right.
And this is a process of communicating for certain kind of people. And so the first thing is I try to stay calm, to think about it, and to try to guide the person to the information. The real challenge comes when people do this thing called sea lioning, where you give them the answer and maybe you guide them to the handbook, or you try to explain it in the best of the limitation of the medium, because when it's Twitter, you have 280 characters. When it's Discord, you might start to give, one sentence trying to explain things, but probably you would need a half a page to do things like that. And then you give them the answer, and you have the feeling that the question that comes after completely ignores what you tell them.
Yeah, that's arguing in bad faith, man. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I tried once, twice, and 3 times, and 4 times, and 5 times, but after that, either the polls are moved, the goalposts are moved, or you have really this feeling, hey, I just told you that. Take the time to understand it, or try to deepen the question, but now you're completely ignoring what I said and asking another question. And you're like, okay, are you really, as you say, doing this in good faith? So there is this really fine line where it becomes hard. So when I'm really not an expert now, I try to ask developer experience team or other members to answer, because things really got complex also for us internally to know everything. But not complex because they are hard, but really there is so much time so many different things to learn, and so many, it's growing and it's exploding, and I have to.
And you're almost expected to know it all.
Exactly. So I'm really happy that I have Holger in the team. So sometimes I can take some time off, and he can cover other time zones. And I'm really happy to have these challenges, because again, it's this being this interface between technology and people that gives me a real satisfaction.
Yeah.
One service advice here, I see Yalo 4242. Yes, the giveaways is nominating 10 people. You know what? We have NFTs for everyone, so no worries about that. All the winners and all the giveaway winners will get their OG NFTs. I mean, we are here to celebrate and not to be so German, okay? Lots of love. OG NFTs for everyone. This is the Italian way. We give love to everyone, okay? So all the winners get one. All right, Kutkraft.
Yes.
Time's up. Come on.
Damn. Okay.
Come on.
Well, I'm going to have to get you on Spec Weekly, Antonio. How about that? I feel like we've got more to talk about.
Oh, we'll try that, and I really hope that as soon as Monaco party happens, we'll meet somewhere. I'll try to flip some
for sure.
burgers for the team, for the people there, and
flip some burgers.
Definitely,
serve some burgers. But yeah, before then, for sure, though, Antonio. Well, I don't know. Depends how early it comes, man. Yeah, but I'll be mobile within a month. So yeah, who knows?
Who knows? So Kutkraft, thank you very much for being with us. It was
Antonio,
awesome as always. My, do you see them? It's not cold where I live. Okay.
Are your nipples hard, Antonio? Show me.
Diamond.
Lots of love to everyone. Everyone who supported, Spec Weekly. Thank you so much for anytime you leave a comment or a like or even watch a video. Thanks, guys, and hope to see you on the next video. And again, what amazing moment for everyone. And Antonio, thank you for teeing this up and having me on for such a. This is history, man. I'm part of it.
This is history, and we are awesome. Part of it on one way or the other. Totally awesome.
But thank you.
Thank you very much. See you around. See you in Spec, right?
For sure. For sure. All right.
Have a great one. Enjoy the party.
You too. Thank you. See ya.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Diamond everything today. So, gentle reminder for people, we have now an interesting section. I will now let Phylo on for 5 minutes, and then we have something that we did not have on our agenda. We will have a small interception by the Touchpoint team. So we have now Phylo live. Let me add him straight away to the stream. Phylo, you're on.
Yay! Are we live?
Yes.
We're live? So this
Live,
Adam
totally live.
and Kim. We're waiting for Kim. We're waiting for kind of
Kim
stream. Come over. So it's really happened. There were rumors and we weren't sure if it's really going to happen, but he's here, our little spec bastard and ruler of... So a statement from Kim. Hey Kim.
Hi.
Hey. So what do we say? Bye Shimmy brah. Bye Shimmy brah. That's how we do it.
All right. So for the people,
he showed me his Discord history, so it's just not a fake. And anything else? Garret is also with us here. Hi, Garret. Say hi to the IOTA community. We are live.
Community. I'm so drunk.
Garret is already drunk. A couple of other people are also probably drunk.
TanglePay is not.
it's a party. It's a party.
Do you have a prize for Shimmer? Antonio, what's the prize? Do you have a prize for Shimmer already?
$10.
$10 per Shimmer.
No, I don't have a prize. We do not talk prices here, you know? This is not spec.
What about the P?
Hey, did you have a P event in spec already?
We had more than one P event, but I hope that spec will now start another one. To the people listening, there are lots of insiders. Like every community, we are a bunch of people joining, passing time together, going through the good and the bad. And if you wanted to be part of that, join the Discord and participate also in the OG giveaway. So let's press P, let's push P, let's push it hard.
We're basically going to talk to a couple of more people here. We still have teams coming in. So this is like in Singapore, they're all circling between all these events. So we have, I don't know, spoken with 12 or 15 building teams and they're all interested. So currently we're just continuing to talk. And greetings. I don't know if we're going to make it for another live stream because it's getting late and maybe we will be too drunk to continue. So have fun, everyone in Europe, and see you.
Enjoy the party. Enjoy the party. See ya. Thank you. Perfect. As you see, it's a real party, so it's not boring. They're having lots of fun there. So let's get this on. We saw also Adam from the Touchpoint team, and so let's introduce to the live stream Austin and Corey.
What's up, Antonio?
Hello here, Corey and Austin. How are you? Austin,
Great.
you're mute. No worries. It's the sentence of the year. As you see, we are now live 2 hours in. Shimmer is out. People are excited. Nipples are hard, diamond hard. We had Kutkraft on the show.
Especially in Norway. It's pretty cold here.
I can't believe
it's having
that.
too much fun in the YouTube live stream. Thanks for letting us jump in.
Yeah, you know, we have to party today. It's a great day. It's a great milestone. We made it really serious in the beginning with the engineering AMA, and now we want to give space to you for Touchpoint, right? And also then later for other people on the stream. What are you? Do you want to first say something about you so that the people, I mean, we all know you, but there might be new people in the ecosystem.
For sure. You don't want to start with 2 truths and a lie?
Sorry?
You don't want to
2
start
truths?
with...
Let's do that. Let's do that.
We can save it. We can save it. We can make it much shorter. and
All
I'll
right.
just drop it in after if people want to guess. But yeah, just quickly, I'm the head of market intelligence at the foundation. Been with the team for almost 4 years now, but been following IOTA as part of the community since 2017. I'm helping to lead the team responsible for ecosystem growth, one of which is Touchpoint. So yeah, excited to be with you guys and the team to celebrate this moment.
Thank you, Corey. Austin, tell us
My name
about
is,
you a little bit.
I'm Austin. I work for the Touchpoint team, and I work with the foundation. We're trying to kind of just expand the Shimmer ecosystem as we roll out the launch. I've been in crypto since about 2017, and IOTA was actually the first project that I was introduced to even before Bitcoin, and that was actually through a bunch of. Well, I was actually bowling one night, and I saw the price movement of IOTA one day, and that's how I got into crypto as a whole. So, yeah, but I spend most of my time with the Touchpoint team and just working on outreach for our community.
Great, Austin. Thank you very much. So I heard you prepared a short presentation for us. So because I mean, of course, a technology is something. A technology with an ecosystem is much better, as we heard before, much better. So may I add your slides to the stream so that you can let us know a little bit more? I will leave the screen a little bit. I need some more water for the party.
All right, cool. So I'm happy to take over. So obviously we're only as successful as our ecosystem. And with Shimmer, we're trying to scale liquidity applications and ecosystems through composable infrastructure. And so we want to share a little bit more about Touchpoint, our Open Builders program. We've been around for about 9 months now, first with Assembly. And now we've broadened it to both Shimmer and IOTA. And we're excited to finally see projects starting to deploy. So thought we'd give you guys a little bit of insight into kind of what Touchpoint is all about, make ourselves available. And obviously we're here to support the community. So anything you guys need from us, please reach out. So let me hand it off to Austin. He'll kind of walk us through this a little bit.
Yeah. So, when we think about what Touchpoint is, it's really just this environment where builders, experts, and investors connect to each other. It really opens the door for the ability to collaborate, integrate with other projects, or just get in touch with people that you might not have necessarily had access to. I think that a big issue inside of crypto is, sometimes it's overwhelming to get involved with the community, or other times there's, a very closed off community across or in other ecosystems. Maybe it's, Arbitrum or Ethereum as a whole. And so, what we're trying to do with Touchpoint is really give a stepping stone for people that are trying to, or for new builders or existing builders that are trying to kind of get in the door, get their foot in the door in the space comfortably. I think that's something that's just not easy to do. And with with Touchpoint, we're actually, giving people an open forum where they can ask questions, just collaborate, integrate, and just get to know other people in the space. A lot of times, I think, there's a lot of people that have much more experience than others, and they might be able to give, their personal experience in the space to someone who might be a lot more new. And that, that connection could be what gets, a great project on board to our ecosystem. It can really just take us, places that we haven't been yet, or that we're looking to go. So, for me, the most important 3 things are what's listed here. So the direct support from our Touchpoint team, and then other members within the community. Then you have access to this community of projects that is, quite large at the moment, and it's continuing to grow every day. And then you have access to our leading experts and our investors. So, in markets like today, there's very limited people that are willing to kind of dish out checks, I would say. And so, in order to, I guess, give people a better opportunity at making deals or getting their foot in the door with investors, that's something that we are able to kind of provide for people. So move on to the next slide. How it works, it's a pretty simple process. There's a little bit of an application that you fill out an application, then you go through a screening with our team. We establish goals and some next steps based on what you guys are based on the stage of development that you're in. Then we ask that everyone who is involved in Touchpoint gets involved for their own benefit, where they can leverage the community, our team, and the resources that we're able to provide in order to kind of better their position in the ecosystem, or get through whatever roadblock they may be facing. And then in order to kind of create some organic growth within our ecosystem, we ask that anyone that's been a participant or is a participant in Touchpoint will use their knowledge to kind of share what they've learned and what they've experienced with other members, so that they can benefit and maybe not have to run into the same or similar roadblocks that were previously faced by other projects. And I guess a couple more things to say is what we pride ourselves in is being this flexible environment where there's not really a set structure as to what we're trying to get or what we're trying to do. We're trying to expand the ecosystem, but we're also trying to help individual projects get through whatever they're facing. So we're really trying to be able to be, the people that kind of can hear a question and point you in the direction that you need to go, whether it's an answer from us or an answer from an expert or an investor, whatever it may be. And then let's see. Another thing to think about is, Touchpoint actually is this hub that kind of minimizes what we're, these extremely large number of Discord servers and whatnot. There's so many projects, and I think that it's a lot easier to navigate, one Discord server that's actually connecting many projects, as opposed to going to 50 different Discords to just find out some news or something. I think it brings Touchpoint. It brings individuals and teams together, and it makes engagement in the space a lot easier and simpler than before.
So one other thing just to build on in terms of the types of groups that are in here, Austin, maybe you could talk a little bit to the types of builders and projects so far, also the types of expertise that they get access to.
Yeah, so for the most part, a lot of our projects are DeFi. A lot of projects come from the NFT space as well, which has been a very interesting thing to see, because as we offer a little bit different structure in our consensus mechanism, and that gives the ability for feeless transfers on our layer 1. And the types of experts and investors that we see, they come from specifically within the space. They've had experience from the early Bitcoin days. So for example, we actually have a legal expert coming on to talk with us tomorrow inside the Touchpoint Discord, or actually inside the Touchpoint ecosystem. But this legal expert will give their take on the do's and don'ts of what to do as a project that's looking to kind of get involved in the regulatory or space inside of crypto. So I mean, there's a number of different types of not investors, but experts. So anywhere from legal to specific DeFi applications, or artists, content creators, things like that.
Token economics, technical support, security audits, you name it. Depending on the needs of the projects, we're able to kind of either provide hands-on experience ourselves or connect directly to experts who can do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, feel free to take over now to talk about what's involved.
No, and I think the thing that's important, as you guys know, is there's a far bigger community around Touchpoint. By no means is Touchpoint the only entry or the only support system in our ecosystem, but it's just a tool, a program that we have for those that want and or need it. And over the last 9 months, we've seen a lot of engagement, a lot of changes from within the program itself, and we're obviously here to support the ecosystem generally. So if you guys have thoughts, feedback, questions, we're available on Discord, Twitter. Just find us.
Great. Thank you. So I think it was important to let people know during this event, because we hear about Touchpoint, we hear about these projects built on Shimmer, but it is also helpful to understand that there are many ways to get in touch with us and to be supported by different experts, as you say, in different fields, in this specialized program. I think. Would you? Let me see. Can I do this right now? I wanted to ask about some projects where, without talking about the project, let's do it like this. Without talking about the project, can you give me 2 or 3 success stories where you say, hey, this was really nice, this is typical crypto, or something where you went, you saw this happening, and then you said, hey, now this was really great, without talking about the projects? Can we do that?
Yeah, so something that's really cool to me that we've just recently started to do, and we're going to be rolling out a couple of these, I guess you can call them subgroups within Touchpoint, because what Touchpoint actually is it's just making the community smaller. One thing that launched a couple of weeks ago was a number of projects actually came together through Touchpoint and created a little bit of a gaming alliance, which is they focus mainly on GameFi. They look for, or it's really it's a more niche community within Touchpoint that focuses on, how they can grow and develop specifically as GameFi projects. And I think that, it's kind of an organic thing that we didn't really plan to do in Touchpoint, which was to make even smaller communities or smaller groups of collaborators within the space or within our actual server. But yeah, to me, that this ability to see projects just come together in this, we have a work together, like that's the name of the channel, or I think it's called channel. That's the name of the little channel within the Discord. But in this work together channel, we see a lot of people that are coming together independently of or separately of any interaction with our Touchpoint team. And when they come together and work with each other without the help of us or without the facilitation of us as the team members, that's an amazing thing for me to see. It's happening way more now, especially with, as we're starting to launch, we get to see, and Corey can kind of talk more to this, but since I haven't been here as long, but it's really nice to see projects that have been in the works start to actually roll out. And, this is something that's going to be exciting for the next few months. And I just can't wait for that.
Yeah, to me, seeing all these projects starting to deploy, seeing the community starting to interact and engage and take advantage of them, that's what I'm really excited by. The thing I would say also to answer your question, Antonio, about what we've seen through Touchpoint is, I think also the crossover within the community into things like Twitter, into things like supporting each other in the promotion and marketing and communication. Even though many projects have, focus on making sure they're successful, there's a really communal atmosphere of supporting one another. And it doesn't surprise me given the nature of the community, but it's really translated nicely into Touchpoint. And the reason why I say it's surprising is that when projects from outside of our community come into Touchpoint, and that's their first interaction with the community is with other builders, they're really surprised by how engaged and supportive it is. And so it's a really great way to onboard and introduce other projects as well from outside the community, especially as we start having EVM compatibility and whatnot. Mm-hmm. So bringing in projects from other ecosystems as well, it's been really cool to see.
It's a big differentiator in my opinion. As I kind of act as one of our, I say resident degen. That's kind of the way that I like to go or call it. But it's really nice to see this ability for builders. I'm not a builder myself, but the ability to watch people, come together into the ecosystem or into a relatively new ecosystem. Whereas, like I said in the beginning, it's not quite easy to break through the shell of these more niche building communities in other ecosystems. And I think that, Touchpoint really separates us from other competitors or just other networks as a whole, because we're inclusive of everyone, regardless of the stage of development that you're in. We obviously want more successful projects on board with us, but the idea is that whether you're fresh out of like incubation phase or stage, or you're are well on your way of development, there's a place for you in Touchpoint, and there's a place for you not only in Touchpoint, but there's a place for you to kind of be either a leader or a listener. And I think that, not many opportunities like that exist in this space. So yeah.
Great insights. Definitely. This is for the builders out there or the curious people out there, because of course, who's already in the community might know about it, but not everyone knows about Touchpoint. So I think it's really important to get the the information out, because I think I have this feeling sometimes that we say something, we publish a tweet, everybody knows it now. Well, sometimes some repetition is actually required, or maybe if someone has questions about Touchpoint right now, feel free to write them in the comments. We have another 5 to 7 minutes. So we'll try also to pick up a question. You see my devil's tail. It's my cat that jumped up here. So might I ask a tough question? Let's do this live as always. Go for it.
What do you put Austin on the spot?
How do you handle competing projects? If they compete for the same space, for the same core, how do you
I think that? Yeah, I mean, my approach would be, when there's competing projects, the goal of this is kind of, we're trying to allow collaboration and integration, right? So we want people to, build off each other, build together, do sorts of things that kind of include each other. While competition is great, I think that, something in this space that we see is that, like, there's room for everyone. There really is. And, unique iterations on the back end are what kind of set you apart from other forks of other projects, whatever it may be. Just slight differences in your development is how you kind of separate yourself. And I guess you can include marketing and things like that on, as a differentiator as well. But in Touchpoint, if we were to have two of the same competing projects, I think that we would encourage both of them to kind of work on their development independently. And then, I don't think that, well, it's kind of a tough question. I don't really think that we wouldn't favor anyone over each other. Like, that's the beauty of this permissionless space. It's about, whoever wins. That's kind of like that's how I would look at it. Whoever's going to work the hardest and reach the most people and provide the application that's going to, be more favorable is going to end up, becoming the more utilized project. Yeah.
Can I just build on that for a second? Because we're obviously not here to pick winners, and projects within Touchpoint will use the team differently. And because projects are at very different stages, some might ask us to review pitch decks if they're preparing to approach investors. Others might ask us to review prototypes or products or have questions about their tech. So, every project is so different that it doesn't really get to a point where it's, quote, like exact same level, exact same stage, exact same problem. Every company will have its own strengths, weaknesses, areas where it needs support. And so the type of support we get provide is really customized based off of the needs of every project. Obviously we want to be able to just grow the size of the pie. That's kind of why we're here. But the way to do that is to ensure that, more projects are successful and are able to have good user experiences so people want to use them. Mm-hmm. And, as part of that, we have access to experts that help with UX design, whatnot. But it really is up to the drive of the teams to seek out the support.
Yeah, and just to kind of add a little bit to that is it really does. It is the most custom experience that you can ask for. As the team, we can reach out as much as we want, but you have to be willing, or you need to want the help in order to kind of get it in Touchpoint, I guess is the way that I would phrase it. There are certain projects that do very similar things from one another, and some of them we interact daily with, and others they don't necessarily need that. So a check-in every few weeks is enough for them, and so for us, it really comes down to how much or how willing is the project, not how willing, but what's the desire of our assistance that the projects need.
Yeah, that's a challenge. I knew that this was a tough question because this is really a challenge. And I agree with you. I mean, with this permissionless ecosystem, it's really hard we have as humans, we have a natural way of picking winners, or because they fit our idea of how things might be done. and then we are completely surprised because something else where we would not have bet a cent on actually pushes through and reaches as many people. So I can completely understand how this is one of the biggest challenges, and I love to hear from you how you're handling this in such a way. And as you say correctly, there is space for everyone.
Yeah.
So definitely, even if you see a project in Touchpoint or on Shimmer that launched that is working, there is always space for innovation, even in the same core business, even in the same space. And just go forward. Just do your thing. I mean, we wouldn't have different operating systems. We wouldn't have different blockchain technologies. We wouldn't have different DLTs if people would have given up, because there is already something, right? So if you have a team, just come and get in touch. Anything else you would like to share with the community today?
For me, I'm just excited to see that we're here at this point. I think it's great. It's been 5 years since this has started for me in terms of just observing. It's been about 4 months since I started working with the foundation, and it's been a pleasure to kind of be a part of the community now.
Today's a really big milestone. I think we're all really excited. Now we're really excited to see what gets built and, see all these projects deploy, and all of us get to play with them and use them. And the beginning.
Yeah, it's a great beginning, a real exciting beginning, and we're in the middle of it. And this makes things really exciting and crazy. Come on, all this love here. Too much love. All right, Corey, Austin, I would like to thank you very much for being with us today.
Awesome. See you.
See you around. Have
See
a
ya.
nice one. Bye. Ciao, ciao.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. All right. Great. So we learned also about Touchpoint a little bit more. I love to have these conversations with our team, with the community, because as I said before, sometimes I have the feeling, I tweeted it, we published a blog post, and how can you not know about this, right? And I think it's important not only to repeat things, but also to make sure that we can reach as many people as possible by doing this. All right, who's next? Who's next? In the meantime, again, try to join the Discord if you have the opportunity to join our NFT giveaway, OG NFT giveaway. Also here, public service advice. I know that there is some kind of technical issue with the giveaway system from the third party. And as I said before during our talk with Kutkraft, we just share the love. So we are here to have fun and share the love with everyone. So even if you see that for one giveaway we have 10 people that won, you're all winners. So join the Discord, join the Shimmer Launch channel. There will be another 95 giveaways between now and Friday. So even if you are in a different time zone, join the giveaways. So who's next? I already see who's next. I already know who's next. Let me introduce him as Charlie. I know you have other nicknames in the community. Charlie, how are you doing?
I'm good, Antonio. How are you, man?
Oh, I'm going strong. 2.5 hours.
It's a bit of a mission you've created for yourself.
I love challenges. I mean, we had lots of fun with Kutkraft. We had interesting insights with Luca. We had now also a really important part with Touchpoint. And now it's time for the most important thing of today, because I think that everyone just went crazy and downloaded Firefly Shimmer as soon as possible, because they all wanted the stakers all wanted to finally claim their tokens. Before we talk about the claiming, I know that I asked you if it's possible from your side, of course, to show a claim process, because it helps, if you've seen it once or twice, and if you record it, it also helps people to replay the video. Would you like to share something with us? So maybe present yourself a little bit for the new ecosystem members, or people that do not know you.
So happy Shimmer Day to everyone. Very exciting launch for the IOTA community, long time coming. Obviously, as Antonio mentioned, we have been planning Shimmer for a long time, and we had a nice staking event back in early 2022, where community members could stake their tokens and earn Shimmer staking rewards, which was nice for everyone. It gave people something useful to do with their IOTA. And everyone's got a nice reward from it. And we're finally at the day where everybody can claim those tokens. So exciting all around. I guess before kicking off with this demo about how to claim your Shimmer tokens, I just wanted to say a few words about the Firefly team and everyone that's been involved in delivering Shimmer. So obviously Shimmer has been a cross-foundation endeavor that's involved people from more or less every single team, not just developers, but the teams that often don't get spoken about, like comms team, legal team, all of this kind of stuff, HR team. They all have to do relevant activities for these things. And within the engineering team, it's involved the full range of dev teams. So you have the node and protocol guys who've spent months implementing this on the node software and building something that is completely flawless. I think it is testament to the node guys that whenever we get anything in Firefly, it's completely flawless, and it makes our jobs a lot easier. Then you have obviously the libraries team. They have really also pulled their socks up and worked incredibly hard for this, because this is no small change in the libraries. It represents a hell of a lot of new functionality. If you've got some understanding of how Shimmer works, there's all sorts of new utility that's brought in, and it's up to the libraries team to present that to developers in a easily understandable way. Similarly, you have the docs writers, the DevX team, who create tutorials and wikis and things like that to help developers get set up with Shimmer and get used to the new tooling that's made available to them. Obviously, the leadership team as well, people like Dom and Navin, they've worked their socks off to get this out to you, and all care so deeply about IOTA, and it's I'm sure very nice for them to have today finally come as well, so that they can enjoy and witness us all. And obviously, last but not least, the Firefly team, who I've been so impressed with over the past year. So we used to be quite a small team, and over the past year or so, we've been gradually expanding, and more people have joined, and every single person within the team has been phenomenal. And they all just love IOTA, and they all just love working on Firefly, and so they have a deep passion for the project, which translates into the work you see. And that's not just the developers, obviously the UX guys and the designers, they play a big role feeding into everything that goes into Firefly. And it's a lovely dynamic. I love working with them all. And I think they should all be very proud of what we've built together. So yeah, we have a quick demo now of the Shimmer claiming process. It's a very straightforward endeavor. Very straightforward process. I'm creating a developer profile, so you won't see this screen. So when you go to create a profile in Firefly Shimmer, you are presented with this screen. And just to give some quick words about what Firefly Shimmer actually is before we start. So we've created a completely new Firefly instance on desktop, on Mac, Windows, and Linux. The reason for this is that Shimmer represents such a massive architectural change at the protocol that we took it as a nice opportunity to completely redo Firefly from the ground up in many regards. So a lot of things have changed from a code point of view, and we realized that in order to include both Firefly Shimmer and Firefly IOTA in the same app, it would take a lot of unnecessary work, I would say, work that would only be there temporarily, and add a lot of complexity to the app. So we took a decision to split it into 2 apps, which means that Shimmer was able to launch much sooner, which I'm sure a lot of you will be happy about. And I think in the longer run, our plan is to find a clean way to merge both apps into one. So to get to this point, you need to download the app first. So get on the Firefly wallet website and you can download the Shimmer app. So now that we are ready to set up a profile, just going to take you all through a claiming flow. You go to create a profile in Firefly Shimmer, and then you're presented with 3 options. The one that's relevant to you now is obviously claim Shimmer staking rewards. So if we click on that, you then are presented with 3 options. So Firefly has 3 different backup methods, and different communities prefer different ones, just depending on their own wants and needs and how many funds they hold and all things like that. So recovery phrase is a 24-word mnemonic. You have a stronghold backup, which is a encrypted file backup of your profile, and then you obviously have Ledger Nano as well, which is an option for people who have larger amounts of funds. So if we jump into this, I'm going to do a stronghold backup to take you through this. And then you're asked to drag and drop a stronghold file. If we click choose a file, select the appropriate stronghold, and then hit continue, and then type in your password to unlock the stronghold. You've now successfully recovered your backup. So then you hit continue again, and you set a name for the profile. So it's something simple. And then you're asked to set up a PIN code. So the PIN code, if you're familiar with Firefly, is just used for logging into the wallet. So there's a nice sort of security block against prying eyes who might want to check your balance. And the login code literally just blocks you from logging in. And it allows you to see your funds without decrypting your seed. So it's a nice feature there. So yeah, imported the stronghold. The funds have been found across 2 wallets. In many cases, it will find the funds immediately, but some users will need to press search for rewards 1 or possibly multiple times. It sort of depends on how much you've used your wallet. So if you sent a hell of a lot of transactions around, then you're going to want to click search for rewards multiple times to guarantee that you find your full balance. In this case, we don't need to do that. We found the full balance, so we hit claim rewards. And then 1 by 1, it will send these tokens to your Shimmer address. So you wait a short period of time for each of those transactions to confirm. Obviously, Shimmer is extremely fast these days. So, well, the IoT protocol is extremely fast these days. So they've already confirmed, and we can hit continue. And that's all there is to it. It's important that you actually hit continue here to get to the main dashboard, both on software and Ledger profiles, just to guarantee that your wallet profile has loaded properly. So you hit continue, and here's a prompt to remind you to do that, and hit finish setup. And now we are into the dashboard. So there are the Shimmer, 111 in this case, and you have multiple wallets, or the option to have multiple wallets in Firefly. So if you see this balance and you're like, oh, that isn't my full Shimmer, one likely reason could be that you have more than one wallet, and then you can just switch between them, check your different balances out. So I thought after showing the Shimmer claiming flow, I could go through a couple of other features in Firefly. What do you reckon, Antonio? I mean, given a little bit of a hint that I'm breaking up a bit. So has that actually resolved yet? Or
yeah, it's sometimes it looks like your line is overloaded, your bandwidth, but
yeah,
that's fine. No, I mean, I would have told you. No, thank you very much for this claiming process demo. As you say correctly, it's pretty much straightforward. So that is why we love Firefly so much. We are being spoiled by the simplicity, because I've tried other wallets and I must tell you, I've always struggled with them. So heads off also to that. Sure. Are there any kind of functionalities that you would like to show? I don't know. What All right, then go on.
Yeah, I think it would be worthwhile because with this new Firefly Shimmer version, there's a lot of new functionality introduced to Firefly. I mean, you can see that the dashboard has changed if you compare it against the original Firefly. You don't have the charts anymore, which were largely not that helpful. And you've been replaced with a nice clean interface that gives you an overview of all of your different assets. So with Shimmer and with Stardust, which will later come to IOTA too, you have the option to mint different types of assets on the ledger. So you can mint NFTs on layer 1, you can mint native tokens on layer 1, and not so far away, we will have layer 2 assets introduced to the protocol as well. So that is one of the reasons we have redesigned the dashboard so that it is more suitable to operate as a multi-asset wallet. So one thing that we could start by showing is the new transaction expiry feature. So when you go to send funds, you'll notice a completely new interface for sending funds. It's got more options available to the user. So if we go to send 1 Shimmer, we can also send 1 Glow. So 1 Glow is 1/1,000,000th of the value of the Shimmer, and this is a dust amount. So now in Firefly, it's possible to send microtransactions, very small amounts of Shimmer and very small amounts of Glow. Anything below 1 Shimmer is considered dust, and that's now something that's possible, which wasn't previously possible in Firefly before. So that should open up a host of different use cases. Then we have this nice recipient field that has automatic selection of wallets within it. At some point in the future, we'll add the IOTA name service, which is similar to the Ethereum name service on IOTA layer 1 that will allow people to have human readable IOTA usernames, I suppose. So you could have charlie.iota, and then you'd have a contact book within your Firefly that when you go to hit recipient, charlie.iota, assuming that's someone you sent to recently, you could click on that and send funds to them. But obviously that feature is a little bit further down the line. So in this case, we're going to send between wallets. You have these 2 options now as well. So if you want to attach some data to your transaction, you can. And a tag is a way for making searching transactions a quicker process, I suppose. Metadata tends to be for attaching lumps of data. Tag tends to be for sort of indexing and search purposes. So if we go to hit send, then on the next screen gives you an overview of the transaction you're about to send, and you have a few more. You have, in this case, 1 more option. So the storage deposit, this is something introduced with Stardust, which is present on the ledger for Shimmer with the protocol. And what this essentially is a small deposit of tokens to sort of store your UTXO, your transaction on the ledger, because you don't want people to be able to just arbitrarily bloat the ledger with transactions. And so for sort of smaller amounts or native tokens or NFTs, it's important that you attach a storage deposit. In many cases, you get this back. So when we perform the current activity, which is setting an expiration time, I will actually be able to get that storage deposit back. In all cases, you can in fact get it back, but you would need to, say, burn your native token foundry or your NFT collection, for example, or single NFT. So if we set a expiration time here, you can have various different options: 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week. If we set 1 day and click confirm, ask to type in the password to unlock it and send the transaction. So I've actually received some nice Nicole coin during the stream. I'll talk a little bit more about native tokens in a second. So this is currently unclaimed from the perspective of the wallet that I've sent from. If I go to the wallet that receives it, I now have the option to claim or reject it. So if I hit reject, what it will do is hide it from the wallet. Maybe someone sent you some native tokens or NFTs that you don't want, and you just hit reject and it will hide it from your wallet. But if we hit claim, it will send the funds to you, and the storage deposit will become available for the sender again. So it's quite a clean process, this storage deposit stuff. And essentially, if if I hadn't claimed this in that 1 day period, I had 24 hours to claim this, the funds would then become available to the sender again. So this is a feature with some nice properties. You know, you can't really send to a wrong address anymore. Like someone, you know, you accidentally sent to the wrong person, they notice they could possibly claim it, but it sort of adds a nice layer of protection for people when sending bigger amounts, so they have some level of assurance that they can get the funds back if it was indeed a wrong address. So yeah, we've claimed those now, and that's the expiration time feature. It's a nice, simple but powerful feature, I would say. And then the next one we could talk about is native tokens. Nicole coin. I think this is actually the first ever minted native token on the Shimmer ledger, which is exciting for Nicole. So the first thing that we see here is this unverified screen, and we have a sort of self-verification process in Firefly, and this is a protection measure because there's nothing stopping multiple different people minting a coin with the same name at the moment. So it's important to be conscious of that and to protect yourself essentially, and that's what this self-verification system does. When a new token that you haven't seen in your wallet comes in, you have the option to verify it. And the way you would usually do that is you would go onto the relevant team's website and you would find this information, the name, the token ID, and you would cross-compare and you'd be like, okay, cool, this token is legitimate. This is the one and true Nicole coin. I verified this token. And then you'll nicely see that the verification updates to a tick. So in this transaction, I'm being sent one Nicole coin. It has some metadata, hello world, it has an attached story deposit, and it has an expiration time of a day. So if I hit claim, and the wallet has locked because I'm talking too much, taking too long. And then once this was claimed, you then have you know, that native token within your wallet. And I guess native tokens are quite, well, the form in IOTA is quite unique because there's no explicit fee involved in minting or sending tokens. Obviously, you have the storage deposit for the minting process, but it's not strictly a fee and it can be reclaimed. And then we do obviously have the nice property in IOTA and Shimmer where when you send transactions, they're free. So this is interesting. I think it's with introduction of native tokens to this as well. You're not just having the Shimmer token and the IOTA tokens that are free. You're going to have all sorts of community projects for different use cases, say, you know, governance decisions, payments, real world asset tokenization, and you're not losing tokens in order to send those. And I think that in itself is extremely powerful and always has been for IOTA. But with the increased utility, I think we'll begin to notice how useful it is to have no fees. So yeah, now I have one Nicole coin, and it is possible to actually mint your own tokens in Firefly. I'm in a developer profile right now, so you wouldn't be able to see this as a regular user unless you enable developer mode. But within here, you have the option to mint a native token. So if we call it Shimmer Party Coin, you see total supply, circulating supply. You have various options here. So at the moment, Firefly doesn't support logos for native tokens, but this will be added soon. They need to be audited. So in the future, you'll have the ability to set a logo and you'll be able to differentiate between your coins more than just the symbol. You have some nice ways of setting the supply and the circulating supply, descriptions, URLs, all this sort of stuff. So if we go ahead and hit mint, this will now create this new Shimmer Party coin with a total supply of 1,000, circulating supply of 1,000. Nice error from the developer version. Try that again. And this time it has worked. So go back to the wallet, and we see the transaction pending. I've received some Doge. Thank you to whichever IOTA community member sent me one Doge. And yeah, we have SBC Shimmer Party coin now in the wallet as well. And now you have the option to send this around. So like it really is that easy. You can mint new tokens from within the wallet with no effort required whatsoever, done in a few seconds, and then you can send it around to your friends, or hopefully you'll be a serious ecosystem project creating a token that's needed for an important use case. So yeah, that's the gist of the core new features added to Firefly Shimmer. There are some sort of minor features and details that have been added. So we have, a more extensive filtering system, given that we have all sorts of different kinds of activity, makes it easier to find particular assets. We have nice new developer tools, and the actual developer profile has been completely redone so that we have a much simpler way to connect to the testnet or to private networks, or even to locally hosted node. I think in Firefly previously there's been a lot more restrictions on this, and so we've got a more useful tool, I would say, for developers who are doing things within the ecosystem on Shimmer. And as far as the current feature set, I guess that is everything that people would find interesting to talk about. Maybe we could talk about future features at some point too, Antonio.
Before we go into future features, I have some questions, of course. I mean, thank you very much for showing us the claim process. I saw in the chat someone asking for a ledger claim. Maybe after this one, since my connection to Singapore is gone, I can try to show it here live. So we'll try to set that up. Some questions. So, in your opinion, I mean, you're developing a crypto wallet. I imagine that you also look at other projects. You look at what is going to come in the crypto space and from other projects. What is right now, you'd say, the greatest challenge for developing such a wallet? And what are the features that you feel gives you the most headache if you have to think about or solve the challenge?
So I guess within the wallet space, there's a constant battle between usability and security. You have wallets, I would say, cutting corners in order to improve the usability, doing things that are not actually particularly secure. Some examples would be particularly short recovery phrases. I know a lot of protocols have chosen 12-word recovery phrases, for example, and I think while there's not a lot of immediate risk with those being cracked, there may be in the not so distant future. So often teams take sort of simple, what seem like simple decisions that I think somewhat put the user at risk. There was also a lot of work, for example, around email-based logins for wallets, and I've seen a few wallets remove those after the fact because they realized that their implementation wasn't secure. So there's teams trying to make quick wins, but it's sort of always this constant battle of usability and security for a wallet. We find out ourselves within Firefly, and we have to take decisions that could cause more friction to the user, and it's sort of like spinning plates, trying to find a balance that allows people to use the wallet seamlessly, but also doesn't put them at risk. And I guess from our point of view, I would say on the whole, we've solved it for the most part. Some of the different features in Firefly are straightforward. I think things like Stronghold introduce a lot of nice security benefits and features like the backup, for example, and that has made the onboarding a lot more streamlined. We obviously support Ledger as well, like a lot of wallets. But I think one big challenge for the space, which is starting to get solved, I think some people are doing okay there, is on this whole topic of backups and recovery. I think the idea of a 24-word recovery phrase is temporary in my mind. I think like it's obviously the sort of most simple to comprehend in many ways. It's just a password essentially that you need to keep immensely secure. But the idea that in the future we'll have everyone in the world trying to secure these 24-word characters, I don't think that's particularly likely. I think there'll be much more streamlined onboarding processes because real world security is a thing as well. And if you're trying to store a piece of paper or whatever with your recovery phrase on it in a sensible way. Some people are going to get it wrong. You're going to have the sort of classic hammer attacks where someone comes to your door and wields a hammer and asks you to hand over the keys. So I think some teams are making some nice progress there. I think two interesting wallets that have done something here are Argent and Pillar. So they both have this idea of a smart contract based wallet, which has some nice benefits. It has this guardian system and this peer recovery system for wallets. So if you lose your backup, you can find your 5 entrusted friends that you've selected to be guardians, and they can all restore your wallet for you. So I think that's a nice example of this usability security debate where people are actually making innovations that simplify things. I think in an ideal world, we'd have a biometric login. I think that would be the simplest solution, but unfortunately, lots of people share a face and lots of people share a fingerprint. So it's not a particularly secure method. Also, it doesn't change. So I don't know. I'd like to see how the space develops here. And I think it's probably the largest friction point remaining for wallets is that that kind of point of setup. Like you want a system where someone in a pub with their friends can get set up in 30 seconds and get trading with a non-custodial wallet that is secure. And I think we're not quite there yet across the whole industry, at least not yet.
Very interesting insight. Yeah, I did not hear about this Guardian friends, so I will look into that because it sounds really interesting. And also, I mean, if you look at your next of kin, for example, right? I mean, there should also be a possibility to share or to give access to someone when there is no other possibility to get back to the original keys, because the original holder cannot give you the keys anymore. So definitely interesting concepts there. So can we, I mean, on the stream, I imagine that people understood that we have a Shimmer and then there's the Shimmer EVM coming. What are, for you, what you would say the interesting challenges there, and what is it making, again, particularly interesting to work now with EVM integrations on Shimmer?
So, I mean, Shimmer EVM is going to open up a whole world of things to us, both within the Firefly team and within the ecosystem. We are planning at the moment what we're going to do exactly. I think what's clear is that we'll have layer 2 asset support, where you can view your layer 2 assets, you can send them around, you can receive them, all sorts of things like that. That's a core requirement, of course. And then beyond that, there's this, again, a sort of divide within the wallet industry between how a smart contract and how dApps should fit into the idea of a wallet. So if you think of a wallet as a tool, you have one direction where a wallet is sort of a tool to interact with the external world. So you have things like MetaMask that allow you to sign contracts and interact with the apps outside of the wallet. And then you have other wallets, I guess, like Phantom, where you'll have things like decentralized exchanges built into the wallet as well. So you have the wallet as a tool, which is where it interacts with the outside world. And then you have the wallet as an ecosystem, where within the app itself, you have a range of the apps. And I think what tends to happen in this space is you have some wallet teams going down the direction of a tool. I think MetaMask is a good example of that. And then you have other teams who are going down the route of a wallet as an ecosystem, and they're adding all sorts of functionality within the app. And maybe Argent is a good example of that, because Argent is sort of DeFi platform almost, and everything's self-contained within the app. I don't think it allows you to sign anything outside of the app. So we're sort of looking at that, and we think that really a wallet shouldn't be one or the other. A wallet should do both, because there are, in every single coin ecosystem, core dApps that are essential to the vast majority of users. Not every single user needs to use every single dApp, but there are certain things that I think are absolutely essential for a crypto ecosystem. Some of them are decentralized voting, for example, which is something we already do have in the current Firefly version, and we'll be adding to Firefly Shimmer in a more comprehensive form soon. Another one is swaps, so interacting directly from within a wallet to be able to exchange one token for another token in a decentralized way. I think these are some examples of core dApps that should sit within a wallet, and then it should also give the option to interact with things with things outside the wallet. So yeah, I think like it's a really exciting prospect, and it's a nice time for us because we are able to refine our own vision for how we want all of this to play out. And I think that's sort of where we currently sit, somewhere in between the two, where you do a little bit of both. You're a tool, but you're also an ecosystem. And I guess there aren't many wallets who do that currently, if any. Many wallets don't have desktop apps, for example. They go down the route of browser extensions or mobile apps. And the vast majority of the world has never used a browser extension, right? How are we going to get adoption if you have this fragmented range of tools to do even basic activities? So that's sort of what I guess Shimmer EVM means from the Firefly team's point of view. Is this like this first step towards the future vision of where we see Firefly landing, and that's only made possible because there's so much utility coming along through Shimmer EVM and obviously from Shimmer today. And I'm really excited to see each of those features being implemented.
Definitely challenging. Definitely a new world coming upon us again. As always, I mean, we definitely live in this time. Do you still have some time? I know that I booked you for let's say half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have still some?
Yeah, no, I've got all day. I'm here for the launch.
We are here for the party. Might I try to ask some questions? Because I mean, I would not know how to answer them, and they're not complex technically, but of course it's a concept. So conceptually, I'm now going to show also the question here. So now that we have native tokens, how to avoid that someone starts spamming the tokens to addresses and locking in one glow each? So it's pretty much clear because either you send the deposit with the token, or I have to put the deposit into that. But in that case, I have to accept, let's say, your token. But
yeah, exactly.
Can you help me to formulate a really good answer to this?
So the storage deposit exists as dust protection, like specifically for this reason. Like that is the very reason why the storage deposit exists. Obviously, it's slightly cumbersome for usability and it creates some level of friction, but the reason it exists is to prevent these sorts of attacks where people just spam a singular Doge, micro Doge, I don't know what you call it, or Glow or whatever to a range of addresses. You know, they open the Explorer, they find the top 1,000 addresses, and they just keep spamming them over and over and over again. What the storage deposit does is it makes this prohibitively expensive. So in order to send one Glow, you have to lock up a storage deposit for a period of time. So you send one Glow with the storage deposit attached that goes to the recipient's address, and they have to claim it by attaching that one Glow to an existing balance of Shimmer, or attach another storage deposit to it to hold that singular Glow, which would be a strange way to do it. But essentially, you prevent against this style of attack with storage deposits. This temporarily locked up funds that is returned to the sender prevents people from spamming it, because you're trying to execute an attack that's going to cost you thousands and thousands of dollars potentially if you want to do it effectively. And so that is no longer an issue with this introduction of the storage deposit, which was also there in Chrysalis, but in Chrysalis it was not implemented in an optimal way, I would say. So in Shimmer, it's been rethought, and it's a much more powerful system, works a lot more effectively. And now we have microtransactions back in Firefly Shimmer as a result.
Thank you very much for this really extensive answer. This storage deposit, I know that this came, let's say, more or less from the Hornet team.
Levy.
How was your
protocol team.
exactly? How was your first approach when you heard about the deposit? Can you?
Well, so our first response in the Firefly team was like, this is not good, because we I guess immediately hadn't thought it through as much as we could. And I think we were coming from a position of this big grand vision of IOTA, having streams of microtransactions, everything happening extremely seamlessly, no need for a storage deposit, all of this kind of stuff. And I think we were brainstorming of other ideas that could possibly solve the problem in another way. But ultimately, this is an engineering problem, and engineering problems need to be solved with engineering solutions. And the one that we arrived at, what initially appeared to be something that would cause a lot of friction, we gradually, as we dug into it, and this was like a lot of digging. Like we spent when the Stardust protocol was first shared, or I guess the tip process had completed, and we had some specs. The Firefly team all met up in Madrid, so sort of 9 or 10 of us all got together, possibly even more, because we had the UX team as well there. We all got together and just sort of spent a long time trying to digest and understand the Stardust protocol. We had like Levy and Max and Alex coming in on direct link to do Q&As and stuff, and make sure that we fully understood every sort of micro detail, and then together worked on a system for the UX that would work well. And I guess as we got to grips with it, we kind of gradually learned what nice features would come as a product of it. The stuff that we talked about, like not sending to wrong address, things like blocking NFT spam in the wallet. You know, you might have someone trying to send you not safe for work pictures to your wallet, and you don't really want those sitting around, and so you can reject those. So there was all sorts of these nice little consequences of it. And I think with the UX team and with the Firefly team, we've arrived at what is actually a really nice solution and solves the problem really well. So yeah, I think what the Node guys and protocol guys came up with is actually a really, really clever system.
Thanks. Yeah, you know, it's as you said correctly, you are presented with an idea, and the first immediate reaction is, all right, now what? What do we do with this?
Yeah.
And I can imagine that also today. I mean, people are out there. Oh, now there is a new network. Now what? So, as you said correctly, it takes a little time to dig deeper a little bit, to understand a little bit more, and to then finally grasp the opportunities and the possibilities. And I'm curious to see what the ecosystem will come up next with their applications and apps and whatnot. I'd say last question from the public, from our ecosystem here, which goes into the time lock. I mean, you explained it, but it's a really, really easy use case. Would something like this be possible? So could I send my tokens to a wrong address with a timer of 1 year to prevent me from selling my tokens, for example? Would something like this work?
It's a nice way of executing self-control, I suppose. Forced hodling. Yeah, I mean, so with the expiration time feature in Firefly, this wouldn't be possible, because that isn't strictly how it works. It's you would still be able to claim them if you went to the other address, right? So there is actually another nice protocol feature that would be more appropriate for this use case, which we don't currently support in Firefly, but we may do further down the line, is something called a time lock. So a time lock is sort of the reverse, where you send an amount to another address, and those tokens won't unlock for a fixed amount of time. So this could have, you know, different properties. Maybe you'll have like vesting periods for your ecosystem project that you want to put in at a code level, so that, you know, they don't unlock for the recipient until the time lock has expired. Maybe escrow systems might find some way to make use of this feature where, you know, you could use this in conjunction with a smart contract, and the funds would only unlock after everything has been exchanged between the two parties, buyer and seller. So yeah, currently I would recommend using neither feature and executing self-control, because unless you're a developer, you wouldn't be able to use the time lock feature just yet, just the expiration time.
Awesome. Thank you very much. You know, I would have said yes, probably, but
I mean, there might be a clever way to do it with a friend or something.
All right. I'd say I took enough of your time today. Is there anything in the closing that you would like to share with the ecosystem, with the community for today?
Anything to share? I mean, I could have talked more and more about the future features of Firefly, but I guess we will share those gradually.
You have time, so there are still 20 minutes between now and the next one. So if you enjoy to share something more,
sure. I'm enjoying your company, Antonio.
Awesome.
We should continue chatting.
Please go on. So what can we expect from the future for Firefly and the team and whatnot?
Cool. So the immediate future, we have two priorities, and those are NFT support and decentralized voting. So you'll notice that in the main Firefly version, we have a decentralized voting system, but it's a slightly cumbersome system at present. We need to release a new version of Firefly every time we want to add a new vote for the community. That's a headache, and no one wants it to work like that. It's not seamless at all, and the only reason we took that decision was because it was a lot quicker. So now we have an opportunity with Shimmer being released and the roadmap being reduced slightly, at least the historical roadmap. We have the future roadmap, which is nice and packed. Now that we have a little bit of blue sky, we can work on the decentralized voting feature again, and it will be a more dynamic system. So just like the old one, you'll be able to vote with your tokens and participate in governance decisions, but it will be possible for community teams to create their own votes, host their own governance proposals within Firefly, and so they don't need the involvement of the Firefly team to add that to the wallet. So you can publish it on a node, and user would hook up to that node, or you could publish on the nodes that are already in Firefly, and then it would automatically come into the list of governance votes displayed within Firefly. So that should make it a much more useful feature. And I know that there are a hell of a lot of possible governance decisions coming in the future, I guess, with all sorts of new ecosystem teams springing up within their own communities, and within some of the DAO communities, they're going to need to start voting on stuff pretty soon. So why not have that as a core feature in Firefly? And then the NFT side of things. So I know NFTs are sort of a love-hate relationship for people. Some people absolutely love them. Some people detest them, think they're completely innovatively useless, all of this kind of stuff. We're sort of going to follow the sort of gradual developments within the wider industry and within the IoT ecosystem. And I think the two obvious and most successful to date use cases for NFTs are art and ownership. And those two things are also intertwined in the case of art. And because we know that the IoT community does already have a load of NFT projects, we need a secure way for people to be able to host those assets. And so what we'll be doing is adding an NFT collection tab to Firefly, where you can manage and send and receive your NFTs and view them and all of this sort of stuff. And it'll be a nice sort of comprehensive core feature for viewing NFT collections. And obviously, if you hate NFTs, you never need to open that tab. But I do think that gradually over time, there'll be more and more use cases beyond art that will come to the NFT space. And so we'll be accommodating for those gradually as they become more salient or less salient. And the sort of I guess the next steps would be for NFTs is NFTs holding other NFTs. So this is something that's already possible at a protocol level. NFTs can hold NFTs. NFTs can hold tokens. In Firefly, we're just keeping it as one singular layer at the moment. You aren't able to dig down into what an NFT owns yet, but that would be a potentially exciting feature that is quite powerful. And if you think about the current NFT space, you have things like profile picture NFTs, you have video game items in play to earn games and things like that. And you could have a nice system where you have a singular character that is hooked up to all sort of cosmetic items or perks or boosters or whatever that sit under the main NFT, and then you sort of have this nice collection all sitting under one singular NFT that together do interesting properties in those games or visually do interesting things for the characters. But yeah, I mean, this is just the first step, I guess, and I do think that there's going to be a lot of interesting directions that the NFT space goes. Like, just one simple example, we've seen some events using NFTs for ticketing systems. So that's something that's already being used right now. And for the people who think that NFTs are a waste of time, it's not. NFT is not a digital artwork, right? NFT is a technology that can do different things in the same way that a native token is a technology and can represent real world assets, or be used for payments. NFT is a technology that has a multitude of possible use cases. So that's the immediate future for Firefly. And then beyond that, we have another set of roadmap goals. We're kind of phasing things because we only have so big a team. So mobile Stardust is obviously going to be very critical as well. Currently, Firefly Mobile only targets Chrysalis, and that was released recently. The mobile team put a hell of a lot of work to get into that point, and now need to then do a hell of a lot of work to get it to Stardust as well. So some of the team will be spending time doing that. Some of the team will be doing the NFTs, and some of the team will be doing dynamic voting, while we have individual people doing small features here and there that are required for different things. And then once that phase is completed, we get into the next phase, where one of the things we'll be doing, which you've already mentioned a little bit to the community, is adding a fiat on-ramp and hopefully off-ramp. So the ability to purchase Shimmer directly in the wallet. Obviously, heart attacks from what went down there historically, but we know how to do this in a secure way, and we ensure that every additional feature to any version of Firefly that changes the security boundary is audited. So we'll get it right this time. And the current status of this is that it's kind of in discovery phase, right? So, well, I'd say slightly post-discovery phase, like we identifying partners to work with, all of this kind of stuff, like, working out what makes most sense for the community, who is a reputable partner, what their fee levels are, what they support, do they support IOTA yet? Do they support Shimmer yet? Do they support IOTA? And just sort of working out which is the best partner for us. And I think, we're quite far along. We know an idea of what we want to do and who we want to go with and all of this sort of stuff. And then I think the actual integration itself shouldn't be that taxing. It's not that difficult to implement this sort of thing. And so, that would be the next stage after dynamic voting and NFTs. And, that will really open up the IoT ecosystem. I think having this seamless onboarding, open it up to people outside of crypto. I think this is like one of the things that I've recognized more and more and more. If you don't have a way for people to get tokens in a seamless way from within the wallet, then people may never even bother with crypto. Like, that's how people are used to things in the non-crypto world. They download one app, they get set up, they can do everything in that app, they can get going in that app. They don't need to read documentation, understand how exchanges work, send tokens around, all of this kind of stuff. So that would be very important. And I'm really looking forward to having an on-ramp added back to Firefly.
Me too, actually, because as you say correctly, as an example, I always use my mother. I mean, she's 60, it's not that old, but not that young. And she came from the analog phone, dial phone. Then you had some other kind of phone. Now she has a smartphone. And of course, if she's interested, as always, she learns things very fast. But she learned also to do complex things because the application made it possible. And crypto is still in some way somewhat complex for the outside world, as you call it correctly. So the people that are not so much into crypto, and giving them the opportunity to interact seamlessly with an ecosystem of applications, of services, of fiat on-ramp and off-ramp, for example, is, in my opinion, a really huge advantage. And I'm sorry for my gesture before, because I think that everyone hearing that might have had this kind of reaction. But as you say correctly, the project is at a different stage. As you say correctly, you know how to do things securely. We have a stronghold also on the software side, and it's part of the journey. And now we have overcome, and we left that all behind, and we are really in a new phase. Might I ask a challenging question? Last one, and then I'll really let you go.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. You talked about browser plugins, browser extensions. I saw that there are a lot of dApps that, as you say correctly, use browser extensions to interact. How do you think that would be or could be solved from your perspective as a wallet? So if I need to sign, exactly, with Firefly, if I need to sign a transaction, if I have to need to connect different chains or something like that. So is there something? Yes, no, might be.
So I think
what can you say?
I think browser extensions have become the industry standard, right, in crypto. Like the vast majority of wallets are browser extension based. Some of the biggest ones, MetaMask, obviously, and Solana, Phantom. And there are lots of other ones popping up. And the space sort of went down this direction of browser wallets because of some software called Mist in Ethereum that was the desktop wallet that essentially tried to do everything. They were trying to create a dApp browser within the wallet, and that team concluded that it was not possible to do it in a secure way. And so they sort of believed in a fragmented future for the crypto space where you'd have browser extensions creating a level of separation between the wallet and the dApps that you're interacting with, right? So I do recommend if you're interested in this stuff to find an article called Sunsetting Mist, which is the point at which they deprecate it, and they go into more detail about why they took this decision. I personally think it was while I understand the sentiment from it, and I think there's a lot of value that was taken from that, I think the direction the space have gone in is the wrong one. And I think that what browser extension wallets have tried to achieve is actually contradicted by the very fact that they are browser extensions. So they've sort of tried to create this level of separation between themselves and the dApps, but they still exist within the browser, right? So you hear of countless stories of users losing funds through browser extension-based wallets for all sorts of reasons. You might have some 0 days Chrome vulnerability that allows an attacker to target you and exploit some sort of some issue with inter-process communication, or allowing people to move beyond the sandbox of the extension, or things like lots of ways that if you're sitting within the same context as a website, that something could theoretically go wrong. So I think that's something that we have tried to sort of improve and create a full level of separation between the browser and the desktop app. So you have Firefly desktop and you have the browser, and then what this obviously creates is a sort of connection issue. How do you connect a dApp to the wallet? And yeah, browser extension based wallets have been the way that things have gone, and I have already critiqued the idea of a browser extension. I think a lot of it is to do with discoverability. So as a user, if you're trying to get into the crypto space, you've never used a browser extension before, your first thing that you have to do is to download MetaMask, understand what that means, going to the Chrome web store or whatever, downloading MetaMask. All of this stuff is completely foreign and novel to people. So that for me is probably the biggest friction point with browser extensions, and obviously what I mentioned around security. But I do think browser extensions do have a place in a wallet stack, a full suite stack for a full set of applications. And that's sort of the vision that we have for Firefly and the direction it would go. So you have your mobile app and you have your desktop app, and those exist with their own dApps within them, core dApps that are security audited, and nothing changes and that sort of stuff for the core sort of activities. And then you have a companion browser extension rather than a standalone browser extension. So you don't place the wallet itself within the browser extension. The wallet exists within the desktop app or the mobile app. And what the browser extension then operates as is a relay between the browser and the wallet app. And I think from a security point of view, it's fairly obvious why this is better. You have a direct separational link between the two pieces of software. And then from a usability point of view, you could have a very, you could set up your desktop Firefly, and during the onboarding process, if you're onboarding to start connecting with dApps, it essentially links you to direct downloads of the wallet browser extension, and then pairs the two for you essentially. So you could have a very seamless process for getting this unfamiliar relay set up that to many people, they're like, what is a browser extension? I don't understand this. by having the single entry point, the first entry point being the desktop app, and that basically taking you through how to set it up in a seamless way, you sort of counteract the usability friction points there. So I think like that is probably the best way to do things at present. We are thinking about other ways of linking between a website and a wallet. And one thing that's used in the space a lot is this thing called Wallet Connect, where it has like a network of nodes that relay the message between the wallet and the D app, and that's used by a lot of mobile apps, so that mobile apps can connect with D apps on the internet. So that's another option. So we're sort of we're looking at which exact direction to go. So as I was talking about, all of these upcoming features that we're doing, we are constantly in discovery phase for everything layer 2 related at the moment, because it has huge implications for the ecosystem. We're in a sort of fortunate situation at the moment where the vast majority of ecosystem activity will take place on EVM. So the vast majority of community teams can just use MetaMask for the time being. And so that affords us a little bit of time to work on something that really, really makes sense and creates a comprehensive suite of products that together work in the most usable way. Because I guess that's how we see Firefly as like a one-stop shop, I guess, where you could do all manner of things to do with crypto. Everything you want to do within your IOTA and Shimmer ecosystem should be possible through Firefly in a seamless way. So I guess watch this space, I would say. We'll see how it develops. And we did actually already have a very nice browser extension wallet developed by a community member that does actually link up to Firefly. And so we have some now out-of-date code that could be brought up to scratch and allow us to get there faster. So there is a lot of work that's already gone into this from within the community and the Firefly team.
Yeah, great. Wow. Mind blown. Interesting. Yeah, this approach of, as you say, to pair different devices is, I haven't seen it until now. So I mean, I've seen it with other applications, so with browsers and with other stuff, but not yet in the crypto space. So
there is one that is doing this. So after we had sort of conceived this idea of a sort of browser extension relay rather than a standalone wallet, then this wallet popped up a little bit later called Frame, which is a privacy-focused and security-focused wallet within the Ethereum space, and it got a hell of a lot of investment, I think, from some big players, and people seem to like the idea. I think Frame itself, is obviously, I think it's worth trying out, just so you can sort of understand what this might look like in the future. But I do think Frame itself has a little bit of a way to go for usability. I think they prioritize security and privacy above all else, and it sort of makes it a little bit too technical for the average user. So for the more technically minded community members who are interested in this, they could download Frame and sort of get a gist for how this might operate.
Awesome. Thank you very much. You see, you always learn something. You definitely always learn something. Charlie, I'm terribly sorry. I have to stop talking to you and listening to you explaining so many beautiful things around our most user-facing application right now, which is the great thing that the Firefly team put together, and now with Shimmer features. So I would like to thank you for taking the time again, the Firefly team. And see you in the verse, right?
see you in the Shimmerverse, and happy shimmering.
Happy shimmering, everyone. It was really great.
Shimmer.
Bye, Charlie. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. All right. Wow. We are 3.5 hours in this party. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. So Charlie, thank you very much again. I mean, let's LFGO. I probably cannot say that sentence without being censored. So LFG. I've seen a message about the NFT drop. I know that there have been some difficulties here and there to join the NFT giveaways. As how to do that? Let's explain it really in 1.5 minutes. What is required is for you to join the Discord. You've seen the link now here in the ticker, discord.gg/iota. You can join the Discord there. Once you passed the verification, once you have passed the verification, which is a little, is not at, let's say, bot friendly. It's a process that takes a little time, so make sure to read the instructions very well. We do this to, of course, keep our community as safe as possible, to make sure that humans can join, and automated systems need to be thought through a little bit more to circumvent this kind of security systems, and also to protect the community as much as possible from, let's say, people that do not have good intentions. So once you have passed the verification system, you will be presented with a series of channels, and this time I'll try again to share things correctly so that you can see that. This is the one, and I'm sharing my screen too. Yes, this time I'm doing it correctly. So I just have to find the window now. Am I even sharing the right one? Is this one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so you will be presented. I'm just going to show you how it looks like when you're a new member, because of course, for me, it's a little bit more. So you will see here on the left-hand side, after the verification, a series of channels. This one is already unlocked for you, so you do not have to do anything else besides getting verified. You can go here to the Shimmer launch party channel, and you will see this kind of windows pop up more or less every half an hour, which are our giveaways. So everyone has the chance to win one OG NFT. There will be 5 winners for every single giveaway. And starting Monday next week, which is the 3rd of October, I will get in touch with the winners to know more and how to claim those. So once you see one of these, you of course read very carefully the instructions. And the most important one is to not register a secondary account, what we call an alternative account, an alt account, because it will get you banned both with the alt account and the main account. So this is where our protection systems are activated and engaged. And every winner, so everyone that is in such a list, is excluded from other giveaways to give, of course, at least 500 people the opportunity to win one. So this one finished 5 minutes ago. Oh, there is already the next one live. So make sure to go to the Shimmer launch party channel, and you have now 25 minutes to click on the enter button. On desktop, the system will give you a message here. Let's see if it's working. It will give you a message like this, where it says, okay, check giveaway entered. If you do it again, it will give you another message where he says you can do it only once or only enter once. It does not allow daily entries. This means that you did it already and you're trying again. On mobile, you might not see this message here. So my suggestion there, and I'm trying to find again the really correct window, is, and I'm going to share another screen, is to, if you really want to be sure, because I mean, I can understand that sometimes things do not give you feedback, so you want to make sure. What you can do is back here in the giveaways channel, click on this view giveaway. It will ask you to open a new window. It will ask your Discord username and password. And once you logged in, you will see here the details of the giveaway. So how many people already entered. And I think this is the most important part for you. So that you are, come on, Antonio. So that you have one entry here. So this means that you actually are participating in the actual giveaway. So just to show it again, view giveaway, it will ask you to open a browser window. Here, for me, I'm already logged in, but it will ask you to log in with your Discord username and password. It will show you how many people are entering this giveaway, how long this will be active, and how many entries you have, which can be only one. And then afterwards, it will show also the winners. This is number 7 of 100, so which you can also see here. So there are other 92 giveaways day, the 30th, at around 5 p.m. CEST European time. So you still have chances to join the giveaways. You still have chances and the opportunity to win the OG NFT. All right. Now for our next section and our next guests. I would like to invite to the stage, to the stream, Lucas Tortora from our technical writers team. He will be the first one joining. After him, we will have Kumar Anirudha joining the stream. So, Lucas, hello here.
Hi, Antonio. It's wonderful to be here. It's very exciting to be here at launch, and I'm here to talk a bit about the new Shimmer Wiki and how you can help it make it better.
All right, Lucas. Before you start with the Shimmer Wiki, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what your focus is, and then I'll leave you complete the stage and also for the presentation.
Oh, of course. My name is, as you said, my name is Lucas Tortora. I'm a technical writer at the IOTA Foundation. My focus is documentation for the most part, and making it accessible and making it so that new users and old users alike can find anything they want and be able to build on this vibrant ecosystem the wonderful engineering team is creating.
It's a challenge, I suppose.
Oof, it's very challenging as there are a lot of projects and they're all making groundbreaking innovations in this, groundbreaking industry as well. Everything is really new, it's untested, it's always in development. If you ever catch up, it means you're falling behind.
Sounds great. Do I remember correctly that you prepared also a presentation for us?
Yes, we do have. So give me a second to include it here.
Definitely. So let me get this somewhat clear for myself. So we have the researchers that put things on paper. Then we have teams that do specifications that make things understandable for engineers and developers. Then we have the developer team actually doing the stuff, so making, let's say, code computer readable so that the machines actually do what they are told. Where do you fit in all of this?
I'm at the last cog of the machinery, if you will, so to speak. Basically, my role is to get the documentation that the engineers and developers prepare and make it a bit more user-friendly and organize it in a way that all users can find what they want, basically, and be able to understand what they find.
So you're my source of truth for the community. So when I'm looking for something, you and of course other technical writers in the team are the ones that make it possible for me to find answers for our ecosystem community, right?
We try our best.
Of course.
But being a wiki depends on the community as well, which is part of this presentation. We want to encourage everyone to not only contribute with new articles and edit existing articles, but also, help with corrections, point out things that they want to see, things that they don't want to see anymore. Wiki is community-driven effort. If not, it's an encyclopedia, not a wiki.
Perfect. And let me share your screen here and leave you the stage. I'll go for a short break. I need some water again. So the stage is yours.
Thank you, Antonio. I'll take it from here. Well, hi, everyone, again. We're going to present a short introduction to the Shimmer Wiki, and then I'm going to leave the stage to Annie, who's going to present the education plan. As I said before, the Shimmer Wiki is basically what the unique, the complete reference for Shimmer. At the moment, it's just getting started, and we aim to keep it vibrant and accessible to everyone. So first of all, I'm going to lead you through the top-level structure. Top-level navigation in the wiki targets 4 distinct content types, so users from all walks of life can learn how to use Shimmer, learn about the Stardust protocol, develop on the network, and contribute to the ecosystem. First section I'm going to talk about is called Use Shimmer. This section will provide resources for users to be able to choose between the official Firefly wallet, command line wallet, or third-party wallets such as TanglePay. In the future, it will also host resources that to show you where you can trade Shimmer, how to use the most and use its most popular features through tutorials of all projects that comprise this vibrant ecosystem. The Learn section will give users a high-level overview of the network and its main components. If you're new to Shimmer, this section will teach you how Shimmer network nodes process outputs in transactions to create blocks that form the tangle. You can also learn the basics about the latest output features such as unlock conditions, native tokens, data storage, value transfers, smart contracts, and NFTs. Develop section hosts most, if not all, the developer documentation for the Shimmer network. It is the largest section in the wiki. Here you can find a detailed description of the Stardust protocol and all of its new features, documentation on the IOTA smart contracts, as well as any related tools that you can use to launch smart contract changes in EVM, WASM, as well as a variety of tools like MetaMask, Hardhead, and Remix. The client and wallet libraries with a large array of how-to articles that will guide you from the very basics, like connecting to a node, creating an account, and requesting test tokens, to minting your very own NFTs or creative native token foundries. An introduction to node software in the Shimmer network, how you can set up your own Holger node, tips on network security, and documentation on the multiple INX plugins you can use to extend your node's functionalities. And tutorials which you can filter by type, topic, framework, and programming language. The community section has information about DAOs and the community treasury, how you can support the Shimmer vision, join the discussion on Discord or Twitter, join X teams, and contribute to the wiki, as well as resources on how to update documentation, create issues, edit articles, and different types of documentations and tools. The Shimmer documentation adheres to diataxis, a documentation framework that splits documentation in 4 distinct categories, which I will briefly explain so you can have a better understanding of the docs when you're, reading them. Reference articles are information-oriented. They are neutral articles that will teach you what you're looking at. A good example of references in everyday life is nutritional information you can find on almost any product. In developer documentation, reference articles are mostly API references. Explanation articles are understanding-oriented. They're a place where you will find the key concepts and terms used by any project, get background information as to why it's built that way, and learn about the concepts and topics that will provide insight as to what's under the hood and why it's there. The next slides focus on how-tos and tutorials. These 2 categories are often confused, which is understandable as they have much in common. How-to guides are action-oriented. These articles guide you through a series of steps to achieve a concrete task. You can think of how-to guides as recipes, a list of instructions with a single aim. How-to guides are crucial for documentation because they not only tell you how to do things, but they also list the main actions any software can do. For example, you can visit our client and wallet libraries and quickly find instructions on how to connect to a node, create addresses, send transactions, mint native tokens, NFTs, and much more. Tutorials, on the other hand, are learning-oriented. They are lessons that will introduce you from the very beginning and help you every step of the way while you achieve a series of tasks. Tutorials are a great way for new developers and non-developer users alike to get acquainted with new software. After completing a tutorial, you should be able to move on to how-to guides, make sense of explanations, and use the software in general. A good tutorial will transform you from a learner into a user. In the tutorial section, you will be able to find text and video tutorials that will guide you while you discover the Shimmer network's multiple features, such as creating NFTs, deploying WASM and Solidity smart contracts with a variety of tools, or simply setting up an address to receive test funds from the faucet and start experimenting on the testnet. A wiki gets better every time someone contributes. This is doubly so for a wiki that's focused on the fast-changing environment that is crypto. Since all articles in the wiki are open-sourced and hosted in a public GitHub repository, please feel free to create and edit articles. You can edit any article in the wiki by clicking on the Edit This Page button at the bottom of any article. All you need is a GitHub account. You can find detailed information on how to do so in the community Contribute to the Wiki section. Aside from editing articles, new articles are always welcome. As in any wiki, community contributors are greatly appreciated, and we encourage you to contribute with guides, tutorials, explanations, questions, and corrections. Whether you're developing a dApp on Shimmer, creating smart contract chains, or custom token foundries, there's more than one way to bake a cake. So the community would love to know exactly how you did it, what challenges you faced, and which tools you used to resolve them. Since we would like you to contribute, we have prepared a variety of writing tools we can use to make this whole process as simple as possible. You can find templates for tutorials and documentation and Shimmer-themed unified modern language resources in the wiki repositories. You can find more information on how to guide good references and explanations and tutorials, how-to guides, and comparisons between the documentation types in both the wiki and diataxis.fr. The wiki is built using Docusaurus, which is a great tool set to make the documentation pop. You can find the latest MDX and any of the available features in their documentation. You can also use Grammarly, Hemingway Up, and, lots of other apps to check your spelling, grammar, punctuation, style, even writing voice and tone to give you confidence that your message will reach your audience. And as well, you can always request reviews from a wiki and project maintainers. Last but not least, we value your opinion, so please let us know if you have any ideas, suggestions, or complaints about the wiki or documentation in general. You can reach out to us in Discord or create issues in the wiki gift repository to request new guides, tutorials, updates, or features. Antonio, we should now hand over to Annie, who will carry on the presentation.
Lucas, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Apologies if it was a bit quick.
No worries. It's about the quality, not the time. That's what I always tell my partner. I mean, it's getting late, so let's have some fun. No, thank you very much. Before we get to Annie, I know that he's waiting to join us, so we will get there, definitely. This wiki. I love the idea of having people contribute. Let me ask you two questions before, so we chime out slowly. What are for you the greatest challenges in collaborating with the community? I mean, I've seen really great interactions. I mean, there's Jsto, I think, if I remember the nickname correctly, that is really helping out with
absolutely love him.
Diagrams.
If I ever meet him, I need to not buy him a pint, I need to buy him a whole bar, I think.
Most probably. So what have you seen so far? What are the challenges to interact with the community? Where can they help you? Help them, for example? What do you think?
Greatest challenge with this wiki in particular is that it's not a wiki based on a topic that everything's being written on. It's a topic that everything is being written at the moment. If we were making a wiki about sailboats, I mean, everybody can just go grab an encyclopedia and discuss. Here, we need users to be really involved in the development process so that they can, find flaws in documentation, for example. That's a really important part of contributing. And same with proposing new ideas, new usage ways, new use cases for our products. Because, let's be honest, if we can only take the user so far. You can teach the users how to use the basic features that you planned for your wallet, but then a user can always have better ideas, can have new new requests, and the idea is to get that all into the wiki. This can be challenging for a user because, of course, they need to do a bit of investigation themselves or contact us within forums and but do a significant more legwork that they will have to do for a normal wiki.
All right. And as always, I mean, I know that a lot of people are joining the Discord for the giveaway, understandable. But after that, maybe stay around and get in touch with the team, because we are there to interact with you, to be available for your requests. And also, everyone that finds something that is not understandable, that can be worded differently, probably, feel free to let us know, because that really helps us, the technical writer team, to help you and the ones that will come after you. Lucas, thank you again for taking the time. Let me just get Annie on here before we say goodbye. Hey, Annie.
Hey, Annie.
You're muted. All
Hey.
Right. Hey. I see another one with a nice background.
Party. Yeah,
I need to get myself one of those.
And I think all of you also have to enter the giveaway, all right? So it's open also to IOTA Foundation members. Don't forget.
Yeah. I've been trying since evening. No luck so far.
Neither for me. All right, Lucas, thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure.
It was a real pleasure.
And leave it to you. Thank you.
See you around. Bye. Ciao. Annie.
Hey, Antonio.
Long time no see, as always. We write a lot, but we don't speak a lot.
Yeah.
How are things?
I was actually thinking of stealing your wallpaper. but then
It's on the shimmer.net.org website. On the bottom, you can find the image packs and get the wallpapers. So
yeah, this one's from the same image pack actually.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, our design team is so great. I love their work. They're so beautiful and exciting. Annie, let us know a little bit about you and what you're going to share with us today.
Absolutely. So, hey everyone, my name is Kumar Anirudha. I'm a developer advocate at IOTA Foundation, and I joined roughly, I think, 1 year or so ago in IF, but I've been working on IOTA since 2017 as a community member and as a developer, and build products around it and so on. And when I got the opportunity to join IOTA Foundation, this seemed like a perfect fit. So it was really great to join this great team. So I also have learned a lot since joining the foundation on how this big organization with multiple teams work and coordinate. Things have been going all over, but I think now with Shimmer launch, we'll see a lot more development around things. I usually take care of producing tutorials and education materials. Talk about various IOTA related features, mostly from ISC and identity streams focused. But yeah, anything around in IOTA projects goes. So anybody who has any sort of doubts around how to build using IOTA projects and taking care of different libraries and how to integrate, I'd be happy to help, mostly around in the development channels and on IOTA Discord. And also going forward, what we'll be talking about is Shimmer education plan that we have prepared. So there's no excuse from now on not to build on Shimmer.
I love that. I love that.
Yep.
Can it be? I mean, as you said correctly, you've been now with the IOTA Foundation not so long, but you are in the ecosystem, I would say, almost since forever. And I remember 2017, 2018, there was this IOTA Evangelist Network that in some ways still exists. And is it possible that we had an interview, or I had to get in touch with you to get the mailbox or something from the Evangelist Network?
Yeah. So IEN is actually, we first connected, right? It was the first team we worked in, and then later you joined IF very early. And then you create this X teams, which I joined after that, X teams libraries team and other X teams. For those who are not aware, X teams is the IOTA experience teams, and there's various X teams. Yeah, that's the mug. And yeah, there's various X teams which work very closely to test out very early features in pre-launch, and also help very early on through the launch, and are probably the most early adopters of all the IOTA technologies. So I think so I was handling at that time all the technical stuff around IEN. I still am doing, but the IEN, the old IEN, like not many people are left anymore. So anyway,
I know.
Mostly everybody joined IF actually.
Right? Or they made their own stuff, or they joined the
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Annie, I'll leave you the stage. I'm going to share now the presentation so that you can start the education plan presentation. I'll leave the stage for a few seconds. The stage is yours. Let's share the knowledge.
Thank you, Antonio. So I know that we have been working on a lot of educational content in the IOTA ecosystem as well in different projects. The wiki is getting constantly modified, as you just saw. The new wiki design is ready, and we are coming up with various tutorial sections and Git pods and various blueprints as well, code blueprints. There'll be separate how-tos, which will be like video snippets that you can just see for each and every feature-wise in every language. Right now, there's available in Node.js, but other languages will be coming up soon. Additionally, there'll be video tutorials and there'll be code examples. There'll be full-length tutorials as well. So, including all of this, we have sort of prepared. But still, what you need is a proper guidance through going through, from 0 to N, and being that everything around how to build using Shimmer and these various libraries that Shimmer has to offer. With that, we have prepared sort of like a week, 5 to 6 weeks plan, and it's not necessary that you have to stick to this plan. You can obviously learn on your own. Everything is out there on Wiki anyway. So if you want to go ahead and learn about everything, that's completely fine, and that would be great as well. So with that, let me just introduce this. So today is the onboarding, where you're getting to see all the Shimmer tech that is out and the documentation that is out, the various components that you'll be learning about soon, the Explorer, the Firefly, the wallet, the libraries, the wallet library, the IRS library, JS library, and so on. Next week onwards, we'll start with the education plan, which in the first week will cover general stuff, everything that from resources standpoint, what all resources do you need in terms of Shimmer website, the docs, all the how-tos of how to do a particular function, how to run, how to complete a transaction, send message data, and so on, right? We'll also introduce various tutorials that is already been prepared and is being uploaded and being set up on the wiki as even going forward for the next week, and we will have all those available as well. And the various blog posts that have been prepared and are in line, some have already been posted out and some will be posted out eventually as the feature keeps on launching. The next week, we'll go through transactions as the first step, where we'll learn about how to create your wallet, create your account, send or receive transactions, create new tokens, and an overview of Firefly that you also saw today and in the previously with Charlie. In the third week, we will cover native tokens. What are native tokens? How to create these native tokens and to send native tokens across from one address to other, and how you can use them, how you can use it in your own application as well, right? Week 4, we'll dive into the native NFTs. By the native NFTs, I mean the NFTs which are on Shimmer, the L1 network. How you can mint them, send to somebody else, burn them, so basically transfer, burning, everything. We'll go through that. And the final week, which is to do with data and storage, we are yet to figure out the entire thing around it. So it will be revealed soon. All of this will be going on every week, and we will post the announcement on Discord and other channels via Shimmer, and we'll let you know how to engage with it, which all things are required in each of these weeks, and we'll make a list of it. We'll also do live stream from time to time to go through this. And of course, you can pick it up at your own pace. There's no time limited bounding around it. So, but so that you can learn better and you can understand the various concepts, we will also have quiz embedded in each of these sections on the wiki. They can self-test and figure out if what all the concepts that you actually went through were as you thought they were, right? This is obviously a self-assessment, so there is nothing to compare with. There's no leaderboard as such, although that might not be a bad idea. We can probably think about it. Think for probably the wiki team and DevX to probably come up with that feature maybe sometime later. But for now, what is absolutely will be there is the questionnaire, which will be below each section. and we will post about that as well. We'll do a post how this quiz looks like and how you can participate in it, and other details on Discord every week. So watch out for the announcements every week as we go ahead, starting the coming week, and hopefully towards the end of this we will have covered everything, and you can also get started with it. Some of these details are also available in a separate format on the Shimmer website as well. So if you're have not seen this yet, this might be a good opportunity to look into the developer section in the Shimmer website, where you have different tutorials and going through all of these different sections as well. You can find all the examples there in various languages, and also video snippets for some of them. More video snippets are coming soon. And if you go in here, you will find examples in all the different languages that is available. If you would like to contribute a new language and add on your own bindings around it, feel free to contribute. The projects are obviously open source, and we would love to have contributions from the community. That's about it for the Shimmer education plan. We'd love to hear from everyone. If there's something else that you would like us to cover, feel free to reach out to us on Discord or Twitter and tag any of us, and we can see how we can incorporate that as well.
So are you telling me that this is live right now?
Yep.
In shimmer.network/developer.
Yep.
Then let me share the link. This is so cool. This is so nice. This is so nice.
Yep. So this is really, really well made. I mean, the designers have done a really great job in building this entire thing, and we have separate examples for different libraries here as well. And each of these builds go to a different link. So yeah.
Awesome. Wow. I love it. I love it. I definitely love it. I definitely love it. Hey, I have to make more publicity, advertisement for this, because this is definitely interesting.
Absolutely.
To get people on board. Wow. I'm speechless. Also because I'm getting a little tired, but I'm definitely speechless. Because I didn't expect this. This is great. And wow, okay. I'm surprised. I love it. All right, let's see if there are coming in any questions from the team, but I do not see. Is there anything you would like to share from the developer experience team? Because I mean, this is a really important program. I definitely love this. It's well structured from what I could have seen so far. Let me just remove your screen so you do not breach any NDA.
This I think somebody was asking for the link to the education plan, which
I just shared it.
I just shared it.
All right,
cool.
I'm sorry, I was too fast.
Awesome.
So I know that we were together in the ecosystem team, and now there is this developer experience team. And I do not think that it was somehow clearly communicated what's changed for you as a person, but I think also for the IOTA Foundation and for the ecosystem in this direction. Since our focus with Shimmer is, of course, Web3 developers, people from other projects that might find our technology really interesting and start porting dApps to Shimmer EVM, which will come further down the line. What is, let's say, if you would explain the DevX team and your goals with the community and the ecosystem in 2 or 3 sentences? I don't want to steal too much time from you.
Cool. Absolutely. So I think earlier when I joined, it was I think first as a developer advocate, and there was only Sebastian at this point. Then we had to refocus from entire foundation side as well, and that meant focusing more on the developer community side of things. And so now we have one DevX lead, Annie, and we have also developer experience members, Dr. Electron and Giron, who has joined, which is absolutely amazing. So there's a lot that we are focusing now on developer education side of things, developer advocacy, and developer experience to build various toolings to help out to make this process of learning easier. So I think that has also helped in focusing entire goal of what IF is trying to do, and this new direction from last year to last year, I believe, when this went towards this direction now. And our goal is obviously to have enough resources available, because we have seen that this has been a constant issue, obviously, in the past, that we don't have enough resources explaining how to use or set up a node, or even like this basic things, which is obviously understandable because the resources were limited, and they are obviously the devs are very occupied building itself. So things the documentation is always lacking, which hopefully now we can help keep up with the pace of it, and build out new resources, cater better to the community, different aspects that we can help out in. We can do a lot more outreach and spread out, and probably talk more about IOTA, I guess. Solve issues better for developers or builders who are out there.
Awesome. And is it possible? Can we say that you are also in Touchpoint sometimes supporting the teams? Is that official?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. yeah. So I'm also there in Touchpoint, completely there at any point. Anybody has any issue with or help finding certain resources, I'm there to help out. So yeah, feel free to tag me. Feel free to reach out as well. To the best of my capabilities, I will help out to whatever I am aware of, and what I'm not aware of, I can point out to who might be, and or I can get the answers and get back to you. So yeah, obviously that's there. And
awesome.
Yeah, Touchpoint projects are doing brilliant. By the way, a lot of them are building really cool stuff, and it's really good to see such dedication from various products this early on, and yeah, very excited.
Yeah. Definitely. I think we are all very excited. I'm so excited that I'm now here for 4 hours, so non-stop. This is so great. I'm shimmering, vibing, call it however you want. It is impressive, the technological fit, all what comes around the protocol, because it's not just the protocol itself. As you say, as you've shown correctly, it's the wiki with Lucas. It's how to make it as easy or as comprehensible for developers to join the ecosystem and start building, finding solutions, and maybe finding the answers to their questions. It's the user-facing side, which is Firefly. So definitely excited for this one.
Very excited.
All right, Ani, any greetings? Any closing thing that you would like to say? Closing impression for today? Anything?
Not really. I think we covered most of it already. To everyone, keep an eye out on Discord for these announcements, and keep up with all of the materials that we'll be sharing. Hopefully, we can build really good stuff.
Awesome. All right, Ani, I will thank you again for your time and for your very great explanation. For the followers in YouTube, the channel IOTA Dev on Twitch, shall I say about it?
Yeah.
So there's this
we'll do
channel.
more live streams on there.
There will be more live streams on Twitch also, so that you can do. You can follow Annie directly while he codes online and ask questions probably and get some hints. And of course, you will find his tutorial series, so his video tutorial series, on the YouTube channel of the IOTA Foundation in the playlist. All right, Annie, thanks again. See you next time and see you around on Slack. Bye-bye.
Yes. Bye.
All right. 4 hours and 10 minutes. I said it will be 4 hours, so I'm 10 minutes over. But I promised one thing, that we will have a look at how to do the ledger claim with Shimmer, right? So I know that many questions are about exchanges, so scroll through the comments, look in Twitter. There are some exchanges already listing, some DEXs, some centralized exchanges. So have a look at different channels to discover which one are open or not. Of course, only the exchanges themselves will be the ones able to let you know if something is, if they are listing Shimmer, if it's on, if it's not on. You know, there are some challenges in everything that is new. So before we close, because this is the last thing I do today, and then I go straight to dinner, I'm going to show how to claim your Shimmer tokens using a Ledger Nano device. So I will move my camera to something here so that I can show you my ledger, and you can watch a claim live. Let me just do one little thing. We're doing it live. All right. See you, hua hua. It was a real pleasure. So, no, I have to remove, of course, my awesome video background, virtual background. So nothing. Okay, so this is my Ledger Nano device. This is the one with the Shimmer application and many others. But the important one is the Shimmer one. So, and I'm also going now to share my screen so that you can hopefully see both, more or less. Okay, more or less. So I'm doing this live. This was not prepared, so I try my best right now. So what you do is you add a new profile. The first thing it will ask you is what you want to do, and what we're going to do right now is to claim the Shimmer staking rewards that we received by staking IOTA start last year for the first staking round. I'm going here to use a Ledger device, which is the hardware wallet that is supported by Firefly. I will give it a name. This is my day-to-day wallet, D2D. I will insert a pin only for now, which will be really easy. Yes. And then it will ask me, or here you can, this is a link, you know, this is an information link that will show you how to install the Shimmer app on your Ledger Nano. To install the app, you need Ledger Live, latest version, and to enable developer mode, and then you can install it to your Ledger. I did this already, so I will say yes, and you see, okay, it is connected, it is unlocked, and now I need to open the app. Once you open the app, you will be presented with this information. The Ledger app has not been reviewed yet for, let's say, production use. So I'm not saying that you should not use it, but be careful, right? It's not yet audited by Ledger, definitely. So they audited, of course, to make it available for the Ledger and in Ledger Live for developers, but it's not there yet. So there is no hurry. So unless you have some hurry to claim your tokens, you can also wait for the Ledger app to be definitely reviewed by Ledger and confirmed. Matthew, no, the airdrop was last year for a period of time of 90 days. Right now, you have to look into exchanges. So as you can see, my Firefly is giving me a lot of errors. What I have to do here is to press both buttons, which can be on top or on the side if you have a Ledger Nano X. And then you will see the Shimmer icon, and you will see that Firefly will just give you all 3 green dots. Continue here. You're welcome. And now it will start searching. I did nothing. It starts automatically searching, and it will show 1 or more wallets with the amount of the airdrop. It's generating addresses, some information here. Sometimes this connection with the hardware wallet gives you some kind of issues. It's rather sensible, I would say. What is really important to check is to close Ledger Live. It has to be closed. To close any kind of browser that might communicate with the hardware wallet. So, for example, the Brave browser, any other browser with MetaMask or other wallets installed that use the Ledger, make sure those are closed. What I also noticed, for example, with the Ledger Nano S device, this one, just showing that this is my IoT edition. This one is even more sensitive and sensible. For that, you have to connect it directly to one of your computer ports. Even better if you have a standalone PC. So what I call a PC and is not a notebook, on the back of the ports and not on the front, not on any kind of USB hub that you might have. I mean, I have here a hub to extend your ports. Find a port straight on your PC, on your notebook, and connect it directly. Even better if you use the original cable. That resolves 99% of the problems in the communication between Firefly and your wallet. What I could do now is to search again for more rewards, but I'm sure that this is the correct amount. If you're not sure, you can still go back to the Firefly 1.6.5 and verify there the drops, the rewards. Then I do claim rewards, and it will ask me certain kind of things. So, hey, I claim your Shimmer. This is in order to claim SMR coins. You are now signing with IOTA private keys instead of Shimmer private keys. Are you sure you want to proceed? And I will say, yes, I will continue. So, of course, we are now using the private key, which is the same, which is the seed, the 24 words mnemonic of the ledger, but for IOTA to sign the rewards, because of course those were dropped to IOTA. What I do now is, of course, to go to scroll through, go to continue, press both buttons at the same time. And now there's another question, claim Shimmer output. Actually, it's showing me the address with I shall verify with the one that I'm seeing here on screen. So QPJNY, and then I go for the last 7UQ. 7UQ looks good. So I'm now actually sure that this amount, which is wallet 1, is going to be claimed. So I'm signing this transaction. Firefly is doing his thing, successfully signed. And this will happen for every wallet that you have. So also here, accept. So this is my Degen wallet. This is my my wallets that I use for day-to-day stuff, to do some kind of things. My Shimmer and IOTA are on the same seed. Stefano, they are on the same seed in the sense of that you can use the same 24 words to restore your Ledger device or to get access to your tokens. They reside on a different, I think the word, the correct one is branch, but in the sense of that you have the same 24 words, but the ledger has a way to treat coins differently, even if they use the same technology. So afterwards, you can restore with the same 24 words, but you need the Shimmer application to restore the tokens afterwards. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's very similar to the Bitcoin app. So you have the same 24 words. You have an app for Bitcoin, one for Bitcoin Cash, one for Bitcoin ABC, and one probably for Bitcoin SV. But they all use the same 24 words, the same seed, but they live on different spaces so that you do not send away wrong tokens by error. So Daniel Mitchell, another question: if you request them from the Shimmer faucet, those are only on the faucet are only on the developer network. So those are on a network, on the beta network that we call of Shimmer. So those are not mainnet tokens. You cannot exchange them. And the address should also start with RMS and not SMR. That's great. You can use them without issues. You can test with them. You can burn them, have fun with them. There are absolutely no issues with them. Here we're talking about mainnet tokens. So another really important step here is to not disconnect the Ledger device until it has finished loading. It was one of the first bugs I I submitted to the repository because I like to try and break things. And as you can see here, this is now my Firefly Shimmer version with Wallet 1 and my 1700 Shimmer. And here we have another one with 47 Shimmer, 36 Shimmer, 38 Shimmer, and 200 Shimmer. And these are our 4 different wallets. And then I saw the question, and here you see the total, of course. And then there was a question, oh, Tony, and now how can I consolidate them? I want them all on one wallet, and let me do exactly that. So I will now try. First time I'm doing this, and these are my first Shimmer I'm actually sending on the mainnet. So let me send them. It was different. It was yeah. I want to send all of them. Oh, okay. I expected a little difference. I can click here on the available balance to send all of them. And I can now select here, for example, wallet 1. So I'm in wallet 4 that you can see on top. And I want to send them all in wallet 1 so I can easier manage these Shimmer tokens. I click send. They will be sent there. There's no need for storage deposit because there are already tokens on wallet 1. Non-expiration time, confirm. Again, I will be asked to review the address. So again, this is the 1QPJN and M7UQ. Okay, this is the correct one. This is the amount. Accept, and now they will be sent. So real life, real Shimmer on the mainnet with Ledger right away. Let me do the same thing with wallet 3. Let me consolidate all the tokens. Well, of course, to wallet 1. Right away, bim, boom, bam. The address is still the same, QPJ7UQ. All right. The amount, all of them, 38 Shimmer. There you go. Sending. Let me also go to wallet number 2. And again, also here, all of them, consolidate them, send, confirm. Bam. Signing. And done. Now let's go to wallet number 1. As you can see, the Shimmer already being transferred and joining. Bim, boom, bam. Okay, 3 other wallets are empty and all the tokens are now consolidated here in my wallet number 1 that I also will rename customize wallet into day-to-day with a nice orange color. All right, this is now my day-to-day wallet where I can finally start sending Shimmer tokens around. All right, so I just have to remember to make the chapters for the YouTube video. All right, in my background, and I think this was it. Ali, I'm sorry, I'm not sure about the IOTA EVM. If you can ask in Discord, because I'm not sure if everyone is really looking into the stream right now from the team. All right, people, that's it for today. Awesome party. awesome launch. Shimmer is here. It's working. The mainnet is on. The claim works without any issues with Firefly. Not that I was expecting something different, given how much the team have worked on making this a possibility. So really great to see this. Really awesome to see this. Gentle reminder that there is, okay, I'm closing up. Yes, I'm closing up. That's true. It's, the final words for the stream. It was a great thing. It was really fun to have everyone here, to have all our guests here. Starting with Luca, Kutkraft from Spec Weekly, Charlie, the Corey and Austin from the Touchpoint, Lucas, Ani, and everybody else that was with us today. So enjoy Shimmer. Enjoy the giveaways, all right? Take the time to rewatch the video. There is so much information in here. It was 4 hours. I will take the time tomorrow to make the chapters. Join our Discord. Join the giveaways. They go on until Friday, so there are still opportunity to win OG NFTs for another 2 days, or less, 1.5, because we want to give you all the opportunity to win them. There are around 90 giveaways coming up for a total of 500 plus NFTs that will be gifted. Ben, Oliver, Lindemann Acoustic, Venjeta, Alfaro, it was really a pleasure, and all the others that I will that I do not have time to name. It was a real pleasure. See you in Spec. I hope see you on the Discord. So come for the NFT giveaway. Stay for the fun. Stay for the people. Stay for the technology. Stay for Shimmer and for IOTA. It's the day to vibe and to Shimmer together. All right, I'm closing up. It was a real pleasure. See you next time around. Bye-bye.